Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Becky. Just be right back. I'm going to make the bed real quick. Hi, Becky. Oh, we got light on the... Let's put these pins here. Let's turn it around. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk and happy 4th of July. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of celebrating going on tonight. Let me get onto YouTube on my tablet so I can follow everybody. I'll have a sip of tea while that's happening. Yummy. All righty. Happy 4th of July. There's Becky and Renee. Hi, Renee. Red Wagon is Renee. Happy 4th of July. Hi, Shannon. Welcome, welcome, Shannon. And we got ads, so while that's going on, let me get into live chat and fix the quality on my tablet so I'm not at the lowest ever rate here. Okay. There we go. Hi, Brenda D. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, let me grab a paper here and put here instead of my... I am going to work on several things tonight. I have a FIBdiddity story I want to tell, but I'm going to wait until a few more people get in here. Penelope's here. Yes. And I'm just about finished with my boho. I just have a couple things I want to do in here yet. I'd like to put something there, something here. So maybe later tonight I'll work on that. And I'd like to put one more string of beads there. But we can call this caboodle done so I can work on the nature one. It's one I actually got finished. And I have been sketching in this little book that I got at Keisha's auction. It's a French book, and I think its copyright date is 1919. But I've been doing some sketching. Yeah, well, I've done at least 2. I did a man the other day. He doesn't look like much of a man, but he's a man. Why do I have so much dark there? I don't know. Is that part of his eyeglass? It looks like he's got a... And these are just fast sketches. And I sit in my recliner. I'm not real comfortable sketching. And then I did this one. So I thought what I would do, well, welcome to everybody who's out there in the bleachers, up in the bleachers. Welcome, welcome. When you feel like it, come down and chat with us. I am going to go to... I think I want to go to Wiki because they have a lot of public domain photographs. And let's wait a minute. Let's get a new one here. I'm at Unsplash there. I might come back to Unsplash, but let's open a new tab. And let's just say Wiki, I'm going to put in, hold on, American, AMERICAN. This is finger tapping. And I'm going to put in forefathers and see if it brings up some like George Washington and Ben Franklin and those. American forefathers, founding fathers of the United States, Wikipedia. And let's see what kind of photos that it gives me. I want something I can draw from. Oh, we got them all here. I guess I could go in. Can't go in too much. Let's see if I can got a whole bunch of forefathers there. We got the Constitution here, I think. Oh, there's George Washington. We could do him. And of course, I don't know who Mather Brown is. Probably signed the Constitution. James Sharples, is that? I don't know who a lot of these guys are. Oh, there's Abigail Adams. Let's do Abigail Adams just because I feel like it. And I'm just going to do a fast sketch while I'm waiting for people to come in. Let me go back up here to chat and welcome folks in. Renee, Brenda, and Shannon. And Verika. Hi, Verika. I'm probably mispronouncing your name, but welcome. Welcome in. We got 19 people watching. Maybe they're eating supper. I'm going to work on my bag a little tonight. But I want to do a fast sketch. And let's just do Abigail. I wonder if Penelope will hold my phone for me. Penelope, will you hold my phone? No, I don't think so. Well, it was a good try. Let's move this. I think you guys can still see. And let's enlarge Abigail Adams. This photo is in the public domain. It says public domain, so I feel comfortable sketching from it. And of course, this is a portrait of her. This is not a real life. And I just feel like sketching. And since we're celebrating the 4th of July, of course, she's in the founding fathers, you know, the founding early America. Actually, John and Abigail Adams wrote a lot of letters. You can find letters that they wrote to each other. Very interesting. And of course, her hair in here, I think it comes out this way a little too. And I'm just sketching from the, and I'm not trying to do a, you know, a masterpiece. I'm just doing a fast sketch because I want to fill this book up with fast sketches. I started July 1st, and I'm trying to do one a day. And I'm just going to kind of, and I found that using this pen, I have to be careful. If I scribble too much in the same place, I can rip through the paper. So I'm just giving her some hair up here, just little fast scribble lines. And then her ear comes down in here. And she doesn't have an earring on, but it looks like she's got a bow in the back of her head right there, right in there, and then she's got some more hair down there. And her eyes in this picture are really wide and open. And kind of this eyeball is kind of over to the side here and comes down this way. So my brother's going to go up and have 4th of July with my nephew. I'm not going. I really wanted to stream tonight. And they do fireworks. And they weren't sure that they were going to have it, but they decided to go ahead with it. So, okay. So if the ear ends here, her nose would come right about in here. And I tend to mess up on the noses. We'll just give her a little nose and a little coy smile here. I got her pretty big lips there. That's okay, Abigail. And then her chin, let's see, her ear is here. She's got a bow in there. Her hair is coming down there. Her chin kind of comes down like that. Okay, we can live with that. And then, of course, now this is a painting of her. This is not a... And then she's got 1, 2, 3 strands of pearls here on her neck. Welcome everybody who's coming in. Let me go check chat here and welcome you all in again. You're going to see me sketching quite a bit because, you know, you can sketch and sketch, but if you don't keep it up, if you don't keep practicing, you can kind of lose it, you know? Hi, Rhonda. Welcome, Rhonda. Good to see you. Happy 4th of July to you. Becky says, I'm back. Oh, I wanted to remind you, just happened to notice as I was signing on tonight, Becky left a comment on her community tab that every month, this is a new month, this is only the 3rd of July, so every month Becky is giving away, having a giveaway for people that leave comments on her videos. So go read her comment on her community tab if you can, but I'm sure if you just go out and pick some videos and leave comments, watch the videos, like, comment, share, subscribe. Becky's fun to watch. I have to tell you, I go out to Becky's channel. Seems like I get out there more than I get to anybody because, well, I'm doing her projects. I enjoyed doing her spring journal. She painted a canvas. I think that project for me is still in progress. We're doing a bag. She's sewing a bag. She's doing Tunisian crochet, a Tunisian crochet along. So, Aunt Beck's Creations, her channel name is the same as her ID that you see where she's saying hello to Kathy. And which Kathy came in? Kathy Arbor. Hi, Kathy Arbor. And Kathy's Arbor is another one that you want to go check out. Kathy is a wonderful artist. I don't compare. And not only that, she's a wonderful gardener. She has beautiful, beautiful flowers. I was out watering the garden and the flowers this afternoon, or this evening, right before I did my stream. I forgot this was an odd day. Hi, Rebecca Jean. She says, hey there, Miss Meri and all you lovely, talented fibs. Aren't they lovely and talented, Rebecca? Welcome in. Happy 4th of July to you, too. And all your families, Rebecca says. Anybody know if Dee Dee's coming on tomorrow or if she's taking the 4th off? I cannot answer that. I don't know. Who would know? Who in here? Becky, did you happen to catch whether Dee Dee's coming on tomorrow or if she's taking the 4th off? Maybe Dee Dee, sometimes she pops in my chat. Dee Dee is coming on, Kathy says. Thank you, Kathy. We appreciate that. So there's your answer. There's your answer, Rebecca. Dee Dee is coming on. There's Sherry Habing, or Hobbing. Welcome, Sherry. Glad to have you join us. Rebecca says, I could text her on Instagram, Meri. Well, I think Kathy Arbor said Dee Dee's coming on. So, yeah, I think she'd come. You can text her if you want, but I think we have our answer. Nashwa. Hi, Nashwa. Welcome, welcome, Nashwa. I said hello to Rhonda and Kathy, and Shannon is Art Junkie. Welcome, Shannon. Becky, Brenda. Kathy D's Creative Chaos. Welcome, Kathy D's Creative Chaos. That's about the state that I'm in. Although I am getting a little of my chaos straightened up slowly, slowly. I seem to clear out that area behind my chair and then I fill it up again. And so yesterday I was straightening out, at least making a path through it all. Like I'll go to Dollar Tree and Hobby Lobby and that, and then I'll bring the sacks home and I don't unpack them right away. Oops. I was looking for my earbuds. I have old earbuds, dollar store earbuds on my phone, and I got some better ones, but I couldn't find them, so I was going through every sack behind me. Verika's here. I think I said hello to everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, Becky dropped a link to Dee Dee's channel, so there it is. If you're not familiar with Dee Dee, drop a link to your channel too, Becky, because let's get people out there leaving comments on your videos, because you deserve it. You deserve it. All right, I'm going to switch back to Abigail here and finish sketching her up. I'm pretty happy with her. I think she's in this photo. She's got a little bit more of a square head, but I'm going to comb her hair down. We'll beautify it a little. And she's got, her hair kind of comes out that way a little bit more. I'm kind of happy. And then her shoulders, this seems to be a colonial thing with the rounded shoulders. They come down and their neckline kind of comes down like that. It seems to be a colonial style. They don't square out the shoulders. They're always making them kind of rounded. And then of course she's got a low neck here. Abigail. She probably sat for this portrait too, don't you think? She sat for this portrait. I can't get any more on there. And it looks like she's got a pretty bow. Let's just make it look more like a bow back here. Now, I think I'm pretty happy with this. It doesn't have to be anything. It doesn't look like her. But I don't care. To me, this picture, of course, it's in the colonial style. I look at that and I know it's colonial. But I think she's probably prettier than what that. I don't mean to hit the artist, but she has a lot of I want to say male features on here. I think she looks a little, I think I made her look more like a lady. Woohoo! So I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm going to sign it. July 3, 2020. Give my name. And I'm just do fast sketches. If you do fast sketches and keep up, there are how many pages in this book? 200 and, well, it ends on, the text ends on 266, and then there's 271. I think it ends on 272. It ends on 271, and then there's some blank pages. And I'm just going to do sketches here. Let's put from Wiki. This is the reference photo. I should put reference photo. REFERENCE from Wiki, Abigail or Abrams portrait. And I just wanted to kind of give a nod to our founding parents, grandparents, our great forefathers, Abigail Adams. All right, that's good enough. That's all I wanted to do in that. I keep this, I'm going to start keeping my pens with the book. I should make me a little pen holder here. We'll just won't fool with that right now. So that is that. Now what I wanted to do, where did I put those? I got these today. I went to church with my friend this morning, and we stopped off. The church is actually on the interstate. Interstate, what is it, 81? Not 81. Interstate 80. Between Grand Island and whatever's next. Aurora. Well, and it's actually about 5 miles on from Aurora. But after church, she had to pick up some things for, she's hosting her family tonight, and she needed some food items. So we stopped at, they call it the Aurora Mall, but it was like a grocery store, hardware store, dime store all combined. What's this? Erases clean, it says. This is a fission pen. I got a 10-gallon bucket and some fission pens. And we ate. They had a little place, a little deli there. And I had lasagna, and it was good. Let me tell you. It was probably frozen lasagna they heated up, but it was good. I enjoyed it. And the meal was only about $7. And I had lasagna and a strawberry jello, and looked like whipped cream or something on it for salad. And I had what they call corn fritters. I don't know if you guys have had those. Let me go back out to chat. Come into live chat. I better plug you in or you'll lose all your juice. We don't want you losing juice. And so I got, then she did her shopping that she needed to do for items she needed tonight. And I just went around, and it was an Ace Hardware store. And I found a 10-gallon bucket. I wanted a 10-gallon bucket to, I want to start a compost bucket with kitchen scraps. And I've been saving all my kitchen scraps, but I didn't have a bucket to put them in. We can toss that. So what I want to do with those fission pens is I want to do some, and I'm going to mispronounce it, of course, but I want to do some sashiko stitching, and I'm going to put it in diagonals. And I'm going to use this sashiko pen to draw the diagonals. What did I do with them? Is this them? Yeah. And the thing about these is they're supposed to be erasable. I guess that's the eraser. So, but I don't really care if, see it, it's erasable ink. I probably will not try to erase it, but I'm going to draw some diagonals, and I'm going to draw it. Now, I'm following Becky's directions, but I'm going to put the stitching clear out to the end because, as Becky had said in her stream, and Becky, you can drop a link, or one of the mods, drop a link to Becky's pattern that she did, her most recent, I think it was on Wednesday, where she showed how she made her bag pattern. Mine looks like this. This is sprayed with walnut ink. I got bugs and roses on here, and it's pretty good. It shows up pretty good, but I'm going to stitch some other things on here. But I'm going to do some diagonal sashiko stitching on here. And I'm just going to draw some dashed lines with my pen. And hopefully I can see these. And I'm just going to guess about where I'm putting them. And if I don't get these erased, it doesn't matter. I think I got some blue embroidery or crochet thread I think I'm going to use. And this is just more or less a guide for me. And then I have some birds. Now, I had 3 birds to a side, but I think my birds are going to be too big. I think even 2 birds is too much for this. So I may just put 1 bird smack dab in the center where he belongs. There, Becky dropped a link. Hi, Carol. And Becky is also doing a Tunisian stitch crochet. I said stitch, a crochet along, where we're exploring different styles of Tunisian crochet. And let me tell you, we're on one now that's called the Tunisian Pearl Stitch. And I have to tell you, I kind of struggled. And I'm doing it now. I'm getting it, but it's pretty rough. And I just said, I probably won't do this much. It's okay to learn, but I probably will not be doing, unless we're doing a pattern that calls for it or something. And yesterday, was it yesterday? Let's see, no, it was Thursday. Ann Lar had her crafting chat open, or was that Friday? She had it, I think Becky opened it again on Friday after Barb Owens was on. And I finished my hat. I was drawing on a hat. I saw a straw hat in an upscale magazine. And they wanted $120 for it. It was really kind of a cool hat. And so I had one that I had gotten at Walmart for $11, and I started kind of getting inspired by that picture of that $120 hat, and I never quite got it finished. Well, when I was out there in that chat room, I finished the hat. There. Becky dropped a link to the Tunisian playlist. Do you have a playlist for your other crochet along? You can drop a link to that. She did earlier this year, she did a crochet along just of various crochet stitches. So, and that was fun. I think I'm going to go back and do that one, but only when I'm caught up. But I'm enjoying the Tunisian one, and I seem to be keeping up. And let's see, we did a spring journal with Becky, and now we're doing this bag. Becky says, oh, and if you missed Ann this morning, just saying. What? Oh, she's dropping a link to Ann's video. Yeah, I would have missed Ann this morning. We leave here about a little after 8, and it takes us about a half an hour to get there. I have to say I enjoy it. I don't want to get preachy on you, so I won't. But I will say the person that's teaching our adult Sunday school is from Wisconsin, of all places. And let me tell you, he sat behind us in church, and he's got a beautiful... I just quit singing so I can listen to him sing. Because I don't carry a tune very well. And especially, I'm okay on the hymns that I know, you know, the old hymns, like Jesus Loves Me, children's ones. But when I don't know the hymn, I just sit and listen. And let me tell you, that guy has a beautiful voice. I told him after the service, I said, I thanked him for his teaching because I enjoy his teaching in Sunday school. And I said, and by the way, you've got a wonderful singing voice too. He's a young guy, and he's married and has kids. You know, he's very cool. So that's kind of, then I came home. I was tired by the time we got home. We went to that grocery mall area, and I rested a little, had a bowl of potato chips, took a little bit of a nap. Then I had to go out and water the garden and my flowers. Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Riri. Welcome, welcome. So that's about how my day has gone. I'm not planning anything special for tomorrow. We're just going to be here. I'll probably sleep in tomorrow morning. I don't know. Has anybody heard? I saw Tanya's message that keep Tanya and her mother in your thoughts and prayers. Tanya's mother came down with something. I don't know, but it's been, Tanya said she's running me ragged. So keep Tanya in your prayers. She didn't stream today. And I don't know if they're going to stream. I don't know if Lisa's going to stream tomorrow night. Janet Nash, her normal time, and I imagine Janet will stream tomorrow morning because Janet is in the UK. And Kathy Arbor said that Dee Dee's going to stream tomorrow. So Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 Eastern. And Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. And I've been sleeping through them all. Oh, can't decide what I want to watch, so I just turn over and go back to sleep. I woke up early this morning. I woke up way before the alarm went off. I read a little, and then I turned around, went back to sleep. I got up at around 6. Good night, Carol. Carol says, I have to go. Big hugs and loves to all. Have a great week, Carol. Thanks for popping in and saying hello. Carol does beautiful stitchery. And I sat there yesterday, too, and figured out what I was going to do on my stitch row. I'm just about done with February. And, you know, I made a list of things like, you know, April, we saw our first, well, March, I think we saw our first robin. Somebody with robin on there. And I made a list of the caboodles. And I'll take something from every caboodle. I think the Owaka one and the bee one, which I still need to do, but I'm going to take something from every journal and put on there. I'm going to take a crochet stitch and a some gardening stuff, an embroidery stitch for every month. And that should give me every month just about. Now let's just see if this will erase off. Let's take this one and see if it'll erase off. I don't care if it doesn't off of this fabric. It would if you rub it enough. But I'm just going to leave it on there. Did I say hello to you, Cheryl and Riri? And Becky says, this morning Ann did a flip through her sewing journal. And wowza. The sewing journal, I think was, correct me if I'm wrong, Becky, but I think she bought Junk Journal Johnny's studio box. And she was saying she didn't know why she bought it because she doesn't sew that much. But she went ahead and made it, I guess. I've got to go review her video. Yeah, I bought Johnny's studio box, and it's also nature. So I'm going to be doing a lot of nature here. And to be honest, this bag is kind of nature when I put the bugs and stuff on there, the bugs and the flowers. So this is kind of, oh, and I have to show you. I'm just about done here. I'll just do one side here, and I'll do the other side maybe tomorrow. I don't know what I'll do it. I want to show you the fabric that I chose for the lining. I got 2, and I'm not sure which one I want to use. I went in there right before I did the stream here tonight, and was looking at my fabric stash, and I said, that one. No, I don't want to cut that one up. How about that one? No. That's Sam Holt's fabric. I want something, because I want something a little bit heavier than this is just a cotton. This is dictionary fabric that was put out by Moda, M-O-D-A, several years ago. And I don't have much of it left. I don't know if you can still get this someplace probably. It's too bad that they don't still publish this. There was a time there in the early 2000, 2005, 6 up in there where they were doing a lot of printed. They do text, but like I got some at Walmart, but it was not this. It was not like this. All right, I think I'm good there. I don't know if you guys can, you can kind of see the diagonals. All right, so I'm actually going to put these pins in my drawer because I don't want to lose them. Let me show you the fabric, and I have to see if they'll match the pattern. Hold on. Hold the phone. Where's the pattern? Here's the pattern. The pattern's the same size as, I mean, the lining is going to be the same size as the bag. Let's put my ruler away. So I chose this, which I got from the Defy auction, and I know I have enough of this. But I'm not sold on it. It needs to be used. I thought it would be fun, even when I bought it, to distress it, and I could spray this with walnut ink too. So that's an option. And then I got this, which I really like, but I'm not sure I have enough. So let's see if I have enough. I need enough for two, the front and the back. And I think maybe I do. We'll see how it's cut. Sometimes I whack away at this stuff, and because I just use it for craft. You love the chunky monkeys? Let's see. Aunt Beck said yes, and she did nearly everything in the box. It's a chunky monkey. They're talking about Ann Lahr's sewing journal. Yeah, Ann likes to use up everything. I don't use up everything. Rosemary was showing in her stream the other night. I just got in there toward the end. I didn't get into Rosemary's very early. I don't know if it was that stream. One of her streams, she was telling how, oh yeah, I'm going to have enough. She was telling how she has all these leftover things and she wants to use them up. And I'm going, well, I got that too. All right, this is what I have. I think I'm going to have to do it this way, which is okay with me. Let's take this off. And, well, I could do it this way too. And just cut it. Just put it here and cut it right here, because I think this other side I've whacked out of. No, I didn't. But this other side has the salvage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to do it. And I don't mind cutting up this. I think I probably got this from Pearl Brown's auction. What happened to my little sprayer? I found my sprayer and then I did something with it. Did I put it in here with the inks? Now, move the chair. No. Well, I don't think I think I can just do, and I don't care what it looks like on the inside as far as, I guess maybe I'll put it this way. And then that way the rows here will show and what's on the back. Yeah, we'll use it this way because there's a lot of white down in there. And we'll just do this. And I'm going to cut it out. Got to put my glasses back on so I can see. And we'll just cut this out. Hi, Artie Dar. Welcome, welcome, Artie. And you know, Anne does a beautiful, beautiful journal. She does beautiful journal. She does really nice work. Anne does. It's a chunky monkey. So let's see, it's 6:43. I'm going to stream until 10 o'clock tonight. I want to tell a FIBdiddity story. And actually, you guys are going to help me fill in the blanks. It's not going to be a story that It's not going to be a story that I'm going to tell you and you sit and listen. You're going to help me tell it. And I hope you enjoy it. It's kind of based off of my life, things that happened to me here recently. But I'm not drawing anybody. This is a corsage pen. I'm not drawing anybody that I know into it personally. I'm kind of using the plot. It's the plot that's kind of happening off of based on. And FIBdiddity is too. For those of you who may not know, FIBdiddity is a new name for the Phibbsville. And we had a storm in Phibbsville, and it really wrecked a lot of the buildings and everything. So the town got together and decided to rename their Farmville is still out there. All the videos are still there. We archived them in the FIBdiddity Historical Society. So nothing's changed there except for the name. I'm going to cut this out. And I'm just kind of recapping the story. Because it was kind of based on my life. And I do use myself as Miss Meri. Ms. MS period Meri, because I'm not a young lady anymore. But in the story, Ms. Meri was forced to retire, and she really wasn't ready to retire. And so she went back home, and that really happened to me. I was not ready to retire when I became unemployed. And when you reach a certain age, it's really hard to get working again. 65. That's how old I was when I came back to Nebraska. I was 65, and then June of 2016, I came back to Nebraska, and I reached 66 in August, and then I went on full retirement. Unwilling retiree. I called myself the reluctant retiree. And that's what I called Miss Meri in our FIBdiddity story. And I'm not going to tell you all the episodes. I'm just kind of telling you where FIBdiddity came from. And anyway, it's really a little fictional town. Oh, I tell you, they're setting on fireworks. I was out there watering the flowers, and oh my goodness, the boom, one of the booms that scared me. I thought maybe they blew up their car or something. Well, this will make a nice tag or something. Let's save that. And I hope I'm doing this right. I'm leaving 1/4 inch. Anyway, the whole story is kind of based on things that relate. FIBdiddity, well, it was Phibbsville back then, is a fictional town on the internet. Everybody in our group is welcome, and I tell all these little stories. We've told the story of Destiny and the lead pencil criminal and Johnny, and but when Meri in the story came back home, she realized that this, I call it a general store, it's probably more of a department store, was still, the building was still there. And her great-great-grandparents, they didn't own the building, but they worked there. But the building was still there, but it was unoccupied. So Meri was able to find out who owned the building and rent the space, and the local artists at that time it was Phibbsville, get together on Saturday afternoons and just work on their art. Something like the chat rooms. And Laura and Becky opened chat rooms on Facebook. Well, kind of in Phibbsville, FIBdiddity, the fictional characters get together on Saturday afternoons. That'll make a tie. So that's kind of the background for those of you who may have not heard. And there's a lot of little stories. The most recent story has been about Ruby Rose, the little gnome. The little gnome, Ruby Rose. FIBdiddity has gnomes running around, a gnome community. Now, the story that I want to tell tonight is not about gnomes. And as I get to telling it, I'm not going to tell it right now because I'm just give the background now. Because I want to get out my notebook and write down things. You guys are going to fill in the blanks for me. Okay. So here, I'm ready for, let's give Penelope, Pen, P-I-N-L-O-P, Penelope, her pins back. And let's see what I have for lining here. And it's really not a 4th of July story either. I did not have 4th of July in mind when I was thinking, isn't that pretty? That'll make a pretty lining. And my fabric here is so thin. Now I'm thinking this will probably, Becky will show how to stitch it together, but I'm thinking it will go like, the lining will go like this. And then the outside of the bag will be here. And it'll have our decorations and everything on here, my stitching. But here will be the, ooh, that'll be pretty. Now I want a pocket in here to hold whatever I'm, like things like pens or paper. I might make this. Becky said she's going to make hers a project bag, maybe for whatever she's working on, like her Tunisian crochet. I think I'm going to carry a sketchbook. So I might make a pocket big enough to hold some pens or, hold. I think I would want my pocket maybe 6 by 6. On the inside. The pocket's not going to be on the outside. Could make one on the outside, but we're going to. So I think I'm happy with that. So I'm ready with that when the next time Becky has her chat. Now, what I want to do here real quick on this, let's just put that up there. Penelope, come back. Do you have my curved needle here by any chance? I saw it in here. What did you do with it? She said, you did it, Meri. Is this it? No. My needle with the curved point. This doesn't have a curved point, but it's got a sharp point. This will work. Maybe this was the one I was thinking of. So I don't know if I'll do all of this here, but I want to show you what I'm thinking as far as the sashiko. Is that how you pronounce that stitching? Arte says, made us first summer cold potato, egg and celery. Oh, potato salad? A bit of red onion, chicken with baked beans, bushes, of course, eating indoors. Rhonda says, Mina, I'm working in my basement, so I'm peeking out every now and then. It's not dark here yet. I'll put these scissors up. I found my little Tim Holtz ones, but they're in the other room. Now, I'm not going to bother with putting a knot in this because we're going to seam up the side. So I'm just going to let I don't know why I tried to thread the point of the needle. There's no point in trying to thread the point. You have to thread it through the eye. Whoops. Uh-oh. I gave you guys a bump. I'm going to start down here. So I did those lines so I kind of know where I want my needle to go. And I'm just going to just kind of, and I think what they probably do with the stitching is they probably do a big piece of fabric and then cut it out. Well, I didn't know that I was going to do this when I cut it out. I kind of do this as it happens. So I think what I'm going to do is carry my thread, and I could cut it at the end of every one, but that seems a little crazy. And the only one I really have to worry about, and I should put some white paper under here so you guys can see. The only one I really have to worry about is this short one, because what I can do, let's pull this so that it's, and I could, I think I'll just, I'm going to snip this. But what I can do is either start here, come down, go there, go up. And whatever's looped in down here, when I stitch, it'll catch it in the seam. But this little one here, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to make one little line of stitches here. And you know what? There, even though I kept it on the line, it's still not completely straight, but it's on the bottom, so I couldn't see where I was going. I'm going to leave a thread hanging down here, and I'm going to clip this one and let this thread hang, because I'm counting on the stitching, stitching it in. So I don't really mind. Pick up my needle here. So what I'm going to do, we'll just leave it like that. And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to try to keep this as straight and even as I can. And of course, my stitches are not going to be all the same length. Let's pull these through. And do you know they actually sell stencils that you can stencil in the lines for, I saw them on the internet, that you can buy stencils to guide your sashiko stitching. You can actually buy stencils that you can draw the lines. Well, I'm not going to invest in those. I'll just use a ruler. I need a bar of soap for this needle. I don't know what I was doing with it, but it kind of is a little ornery going in and out of this. Now, when I get to here, let me pull this through. What I'm going to do, you see, and it's going pretty fast. I'm only going to do this one, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to leave a loop. And thank goodness that's in the seam there. That last stitch got way out of whack, but the other ones aren't bad. But what I'm going to do is leave a loop here. So, and then when I stitch my pieces together, I'll clip these threads. The stitching on the seam will catch this thread in here. That's what I'm hoping for. And I think that's what Becky said when she cut through her stitched pieces. Mine are are threads. Mine aren't patterns. See if I can. This needle needs to go in a bar of soap. I don't have, or some beeswax or something. It's kind of, I probably used it for, it's not really a sharp needle. All right, I just want to leave a loop here. And let's see if I can follow help if I could see it. And I'm going to pull this out so I don't stitch my paper in there for now. And I'll just do what I have on this needle, the thread on this needle, and then I'll finish it off camera. So I just want you guys to see. I think if I can keep this flat, this needle needs a it isn't going through this fabric very easy. It needs a bar of soap. It needs its mouth washed out with soap. Hi, Mina. Welcome, Nina. Mina, I'm going to tell a little Fibsville story tonight, or you guys are going to help me tell a little Fibsville story. And it won't be long. It won't be long. I'm not going to bore you guys with a long, drawn-out story. But I think you'll enjoy it. You see, I have that thread hanging now. I'm going to make it a little shorter. Doesn't need to be that long. Not like that. And I'll just do the thread that I have on this needle. I almost think I could do better if I hold this in my hand rather than trying to, well, I don't know if I will or not. This needle doesn't want to go through the fabric too easy. There's nothing on the back. I was hoping I wasn't catching anything, but I'm not. So, here it is, July already. You guys got any big plans for the month of July? I don't. I don't. Weed the garden. Oh, we had our first zucchini. We had our first zucchini for supper. I had to make meatloaf. I guess that was Friday when I made the meatloaf. Becky opened the room in Ann's group, and I'd already told my brother I was going to make a meatloaf, so I had to go make it, and I left it playing. When I come back, they were all gone. They said, we got to go too. But we had meatloaf Friday and Saturday night. We had that zucchini with it. And my brother said there's another one ripening out there. And I said, well, he said there might be two. And I said, well, bring them in and we'll make some zucchini bread. And I planted 4 more zucchini plants. And I said, I can make zucchini bread and freeze it. And I'm thinking about getting an air fryer. My friend was telling me she got an air fryer like Rhonda was telling me about, where you can buy an air fryer that's also a little oven and whatever on there. It's more than an air fryer. My thread's getting caught on other stuff. Okay, now I'm going to loop it over here too. I'm just going to leave a little loop so when I stitch the seams, the stitching in the seams will attach all this down. So I'll just leave a loop here of thread, and I still have my loop over here. And I think this will work. I could have done this before I cut it, but I didn't know I was going to do this. I just said I was going through my well, actually I was working on that boho journal, And I thought, oh, some shishiko stitching on my bag would work. Crazy, Riri says, it's almost Christmas. Christmas in July. I got my Christmas in July when I opened Keisha's package. And I'm getting another one tomorrow from Johnny. I'm getting I bought Johnny's studio box. Let's see if I can do more than one here. Should get out those big long doll needles. Keep my loop. I don't want to pull it too tight. Keep my loop over there. Actually, I was thinking I could do this in hand, but it might be easier just to sit here and do it, not all tonight, but sit at this desk, and because my needle uses the glass top as a base. That really kind of works. And it's going to get hot tomorrow. It's predicted to get up to 100 here tomorrow. So I'm so thankful for the central air. I walked in this afternoon from outside and I go, oh, that air feels so good. That air feels so good. Shannon says, Shannon is art junkie. She says, I'm an Instant Pot lover. Yeah, I want to get an air fryer. I was watching a video on, I don't know if you watch her or not. Her channel name is Salt and Pepper. And she was showing how to make onion rings in the air fryer. And what I found out really interesting, of course, she did her breading and her egg mixture, and she breaded it with whatever, you know, breadcrumbs or whatever she used for breading. I didn't pay much attention to that. But what I found interesting was when she sliced her onion, she said, make your slices uniform, you know, about a ½ inch. And then she was showing how when you push those rings out of the onion, you know, the onion rings are looped around the onion like that, and you slice it and it comes out and all the rings. Well, in the center of each one of those rings, there's a membrane. It's a little like not an onion skin, but it's a little, and she was getting a hold of that membrane, and that's a lot of work. She pulled that membrane off of each one of those rings, off of the inside of it. And she said that's when you leave that membrane in there, when you go to eat your onion ring and you pull the onion out and you have hollow breading. She said that's because you don't take out the membrane. And I'm going, oh, I learned something. And she used Vidalia onions, and I noticed that they had Vidalia onions on sale. Must be the season for them. And I'm going to make some onion rings, but I don't have an air fryer. I'll get one. Maybe with my next check, I'll get an air fryer. My friend who took me to church today was saying she got her air fryer, a Black & Decker one, at Walmart, and I think she said she paid, I think, less than $50 for it. It was $50 or $60 she paid for it, and she's real happy with it. And it's a combination oven, little toaster oven thing, and air fryer, and I don't know what else. She's real happy with it. So I might go and see how much they are and invest in one. I'm going to wait until July 11th and 12th is Prime Day on Amazon. Maybe they'll have some air fryers on sale. But she was happy with the Black & Decker one. I think maybe 2 more. See, isn't that cool? And then I'll put my applique, my little bird here, and I want to make some more flowers. Maybe I'll make some flowers out of this, because it's floral anyway. Just cut some little flowers and applique them on. We'll see what I have. I think my needle has gotten used to going through the fabric here. It seems there must have been something stuck on that needle. Probably stitched through duct tape. Yeah, I think I can, well, we'll see. We'll see. This is awfully long. I'm getting longer here. Elise says she's working on the bag. Oh, Elise says working on the bag. Hi, Angie. There's Angie Brown. Cheryl says, bear hug, Meri, bear hug. Aw. They aren't pricey anymore. The air fryers are not pricey anymore. Well, that's good. I'm glad I waited. And you know, the other thing I want, I have to save my pennies. My check might be gone next month. I want to get a dehydrator. My brother has a dehydrator, but I don't like it. It's this big old clunky thing. I want a smaller thing. And he'll say, why did you buy one? I have one. But it wasn't what I wanted. I bought an iron skillet. I went to the dentist that day, and I was so depressed coming out of the dentist, I went shopping. And I went to Ace Hardware, and I got a 10-gallon bucket, my first 10-gallon bucket with a lid. That's why I went there. And I saw some iron skillets on sale. And I had been watching some cooking videos where she cooked out of iron skillet. I think it was Whippoorwill Hollow is. I watch her. She's down in Arkansas, she and her husband, and they do gardening, and she does a lot of recipes and everything. I like to watch her. And she did a recipe off of in an iron skillet. And I saw those iron skillets there, so I bought me one. And I brought it home, and my brother said, why did you buy that? I have them. And I don't think he has a big one. I think that this needle's going to fall out if I try to get a hold of it. Here, let's do it this way. Let's untwist this thread a little. I think I have enough on here to go back, just barely, if I make a smaller loop. And yeah, I bought an iron skillet. And then I also want to spend all my money this month. I'm going to watch Prime Days and see if they have some of this stuff on sale. I want a little hand vacuum for in here and in the bathroom. A little handheld vacuum. Kind of vacuum up around my desk at the end of the stream and in the bathroom. Keep the crud off the floor. I think I'm going to have just enough to get to the end, and then I'll call this, I won't work anymore on it. I'll move on to something else. How many do we have in here? We got 36. I think I'll tell the story next. I think we'll do the story. And I thought maybe if I have time, I'll work on that boho journal so I can call it done. I wanted to do some boho bobby pin embellishments. And I got to make a couple tags for it. I won't use, and I think I found, I was bagging up everything that I left on my desk from the other, well, I guess it was Friday night stream. I left a lot of boho stuff out on my desk. I was putting it all in a bag, and I go, oh, there's what I was looking for. All right. So there we go. I think I'm going to really like this. And I'll finish the rest of it. I'll finish the rest of it off camera. Let's see. Let's give Penelope the needle back. Penelope, would you keep that for me? So there's that. Let me have a sip of tea. Let me look at chat. Angie says, Meri, I think you won a color box. Watch the replay from yesterday. Oh, okay. I didn't get back in there yesterday. I was really tired. I was just really, really tired yesterday. And I don't think she was on today. I think Keisha is going to be on vacation until, what is it, June the 16th, I think. And she's only going to do one billing cycle. Thank you for letting me know, Angie. Did she, what color was the color this month? She did one. Oh, thank you, Mina. It's silver. Ooh, the 16th. Okay. Thank you, Mina. Ooh, I won a silver color box. All righty. But I am not going to enter the vintage one because I won vintage last month and I won the nature one last month. Keisha does, well, she does two every month, 2 mystery boxes. At the beginning of the month, she does a color. And then at the end of the month, toward the end, she'll announce the date and everything. She does a mystery theme. And she won't tell us what the theme is until she announces it. I think until you draw. You get your name on a list, and then she spins a little wheel thing. And if your name pops up on the wheel, if the wheel chooses your name, then you win one. And when you put your name on the list, you're committing to, if it wheel chooses you, you've committed to buying it. So, but I won both the nature one from last month, and then she also does another mystery theme, but she only does it when she's able to, and she's doing vintage. The theme is vintage, and I won that. So when she has another vintage, I'm not going to participate personally for me because, you know, if I win again, I feel guilty winning all the time. Give somebody else a chance. So I'm not going to participate. And then I won the nature theme. So next month, or at the end of this month, I'm not going to participate in the mystery theme. But next month, because I won the color one this month, I'll go ahead and not enter the color one. But because I skipped the nature one, skip this month, the following month, I'll go ahead and participate. Then that way I feel like I'm giving somebody else a chance to win by not putting my name on the list. You know, and I know it's all by luck and draw, whether you win or not, but, you know, maybe I'm trying to help luck along a little for somebody. Her boxes are entirely worth it. They're $15, but I challenge you to go to a store, unless the store is having a big sale, to buy as much as in those boxes for $15. Because I know I bought those kit boxes. You might be able to find them cheaper, but just the box itself averages around $2. Meri, have you opened the nature box during a live? I opened Keisha's nature box. Yes, was it yesterday morning? No, it was Friday morning. Friday morning, I opened the nature box. Why, Mina? Yeah, I'm just too lucky. Well, you know, I just feel like that gives somebody else another chance. You know, you can't expect Keisha to make 80 boxes. She has a lot of interest in them, so that's why she does the wheel. She was doing it where you just say, you know, me, and she takes your names as you give it to, and then like the first 20 people who get their name in would get the box. This way, by doing it pick and choose, I'm not a fan of the wheel, but I understand why she does it. Becky said, Robin and I have set up some play dates. The 12th, we will be playing in clay at her house. Oh, how cool is that, Becky? And on the 19th, we'll be sewing at Becky's house. Oh, that's fun. Are you going to are you going to stream just a little of it? That would be fun to watch you guys. What day is the 12th? Let me look at my calendar. Oops, there's Abigail. Hello, Abigail. Bye, Abigail. Let me look at my calendar. The 12th is on a Tuesday, and the 19th is on a Tuesday. Oh, so they're Tuesdays. Tuesdays are good days. Oops, did I get rid of you guys instead of the... Come back. Come back. Now I got to get into live chat again, and I probably have to do the quality. The quality's okay. All righty. Mina says, I missed Friday morning, early commitment. Yeah, that's okay, Mina. I completely understand. And I want to say that to anybody out there. If you miss my streams, I understand. A lot of you apologize and that. I miss a lot of streams. I missed Becky this week. I had to go back and watch the replay. My brother had to go to the VA. He got a bone density test or whatever they call it. And she did both the pattern and she did a haul video. Angie says, I can't get my red light to say I'm on the live. Oh, really? You can't get your red light? Well, I'm not on the red light either. Mine came on, Angie. I do notice sometimes on these touch screens, I especially, it's why I typo a lot, because I think I'm hitting, my fingers are bigger than the key on the phone, and I think I'm hitting like the E. Well, I'm really, because I'm hitting this part of my finger first, so it'll go on the R. And the I and U, I get the I and U mixed up a lot of times. And post comes out to be pissed. I'm going, that isn't what I want to say. Hi, Joyce. When Joyce walks in, I see Joy just by reading her name. Welcome, welcome, Joyce. Let's see, who else am I missing here? Let me scroll up. Laura Vasquez. Hi, Laura. Welcome, Laura. Laura gifted me this wonderful tonic. I'm going to say ionic. It's tonic desktop, Tim Holtz desktop. I always get the reflection here, though. Where is that? I have to look in my tablet to see what happened to my paper? What did I do with my paper I had there? Let's put my paper down. I moved it. There. So I'm very happy with how this is coming. I'll do the rest of it and I'll do the other side. I want to stitch on the bird, and I think I want to make some flowers. I don't know if I'm going to put beads on it. For me, beads will kind of catch. And if I'm going to do I'm thinking I'm going to put sketching and drawing stuff in there, but we'll see. I don't know what I'll put in there. But look at the inside of this. Look at the back side of this. I'm really happy with. Could almost leave it like that, but it's awfully thin for a bag. So I cut let's get that out. This will be the lining. This will be the lining here. It goes this way. So I'm going to watch Becky next week and see what she does to line it. I think she's doing it next week. And I think these will end up being gussets here. And this is the bottom. There's another bottom. So there we go. And then this is the other side of the bag. That's the other lining, and I'll have to draw diagonals on this one. I'm learning from Becky, and I think I'll even get I got a pathway to it. My $5 sewing machine, it just does the running stitch. So there we go with that. Let's get out the FIBdiddity story. Let's see, am I missing anybody else? Cheryl's here, Sherry Habing, Angie, Becky, Mina. Yeah, I won the silver one. I thought that Sherry, that Keisha messages you or emails you if you're not there and you win one. She must think she doesn't have to message me or email me because you guys will probably tell me. Elise is here. Cheryl, Art Junkie Cheryl. I'm just kind of scrolling up the names. Rhonda says, Meri, you'll love the air fryer roast toaster oven. You don't use your oven anymore. Well, even using the oven less would help, you know. Yeah. Greg has an air fryer, Becky says, and she hates how loud it is. Riri says she loves zucchini bread. You know, I've developed a taste for that. And you know, you really don't, it's so moist. The zucchini is what lends the moisture to the bread. You squeeze out a lot of the juice out of the zucchini, but still, it's what makes the bread really moist. My brother loves it, and I kind of like it too. You put in nutmeg and cinnamon, and it's a nice bread. Mina says hello. Renee is here. Did I miss anybody? Rhonda says she's working in her basement. Oh, and I can't scroll up anymore. Let's go back down to the bottom. Angie said she had a lot to do today. She had to go pack clothes, and oh, she's leaving tomorrow. Okay. All right. I'll let her off the hook, but just this once. Aw. I like Keisha. I was really tired last night, though. All right, let's get out this is my Society of Idea Collector. And I actually got the idea to do this in my scribble journal, which I didn't bring in. But what we're going to do, and I sort of started it here. I'm going to have you guys fill in the blanks. I'm not going to mind map, but I'm going to read off of I didn't bring my pen in, did I? Yes, I did. I'm going to read off of my little mind map and kind of give you what I'm thinking, and you guys are going to help me fill in the blanks, I hope. It's kind of like a list that's not a list. You're going to help me. We've got some new characters in FIBdiddity. And I don't have a title, so we're going to come up, let me adjust my camera a little here. Maybe, let's see, what do I want to do? I want to aim it down just a little. Let's see what happens here. I have to wait for my tablet to catch up with me and maybe move my book up a little. Becky, I do have your mug rug over here. I do use it. It's kind of off on the side over there. You can kind of see the red there. All right. So we'll have to come up with the title. It's going to be a story in FIBdiddity. And it's like I said earlier, it's kind of built off of some experiences that I've had here in the last few weeks. And you guys who've been following me, remember I talked about the Wednesday Sisters. And the Wednesday Sisters is a book that I'm reading. It's a novel. I forget the author. It's out there. But it's based off of a group of young mothers in the 1970s who are in, was it Palo Alto, California? And their husbands are all young, not entrepreneurs, but young career men. And while their husbands are off at work, the housewives are taking their kids to the park, and they meet each other and they form these friendships. And it tells, you know, it describes all the friendships and everything. Well, I don't really identify with those ladies. I remember a lot of the things that they talk about, but they were young mothers in the 1970s. And in the early 70s, I was still going to school. They're a little bit older than me. Some of you might identify with their experiences. They talked political, they talked books, they talked, kids, they talked children, having children and their own lives. The book describes their personalities. It's really an interesting book. I need to get back to reading it. I haven't finished it. But here in my real life, I've told you that I've met this blood and bones real friend, and she was pushing a lawnmower. Her husband is at the VA, in the VA, under VA care. He's ill. He's real ill. And you might keep her in your prayers. Keep them both in your prayers. But she was wanting to mow her lawn, and this is real life. She was wanting to mow her lawn. Well, the lawnmower wouldn't start. Well, there's a guy downtown who works on small engines and lawnmowers and all of that. And he owns this little store that he doesn't run the store every day. He doesn't open it for retail. But a bunch of men here in town meet there in the mornings and have their coffee, and it's all men. And anyway, she asked me, she was walking, I was sitting out on the front porch, and I saw this lady pushing a lawnmower down the street. And I yelled at her, I yelled at her, hello, and I asked her where she was going with that lawnmower, and she told me the story of not being able to get it started, and it probably needed a tune-up and new spark plugs and all that. He fixed it for her. But she asked me to walk down there, downtown here. It's just a couple blocks. So I walked down there. It was kind of interesting because I'll have to get my camera out and walk down there. Maybe we usually walk on Monday mornings. We do a little walk. But that day that I walked with her down to get her lawnmower fixed, we stopped at this little area that is kind of a memorial. It's like a little brick wall, a memorial to World War II and to servicemen. And you can buy a brick and have your name carved on it. And my brother said he remembered when he said, my name's not on there. And I said, well, did you buy a brick? And he said, no. I said, well, that's why your name's not on it. I guess he felt like somebody else should buy it. I didn't even know they were building the wall. That was a long time ago. But anyway, when we walked down there, we were reading all the names on that brick wall. And there's some things around town here that I'd like to get pictures of. So my story is kind of based off of my meeting her, but I don't want to use her name. And I don't want to use anything else other than this lady come walking down the road pushing a lawnmower. That's kind of where this story starts off. I'm just saying, I'm calling myself Miss Meri, I guess, in the story. So in the story, I'm out working in my yard, which is I do in real life. And I see this lady walking down the street pushing a lawnmower. And so I yell at her and I say, what are you mowing the weeds out of the middle of the road, And she's new to me. In the story, I'm kind of the mayor of FIBdiddity. I kind of assume that role because I tell the story. And she's new in town. So I drew a little mind map that I just do that made the who, what, why, when, where, how, and that, but I don't fill it all in like like Dee Dee does. I kind of put A, B, C, D, E, F, G for all of the who, what, when, where, why, how, and I added one that I'm calling Wonder now. But on here for A, I put down who. Well, I have 3 new characters to our stories, and these are you're gonna hear them in the future. Whenever I talk about FIBdiddity, this lady's gonna show up. And so the lady, I need the name. So you guys are going to help me name her. She is married. She's got a husband. Oh, I need her age. Of course, she's married, so we know she's older. And she has a husband. She's married to her husband. And so how long have they been married? How many children? So this is how I approach telling a story as we build these characters. How many children and their names and ages. Names and ages. And then the other character, these are characters. She's a character, her husband is character, and her kids. How many? We're going to put down how many, what are their names and their ages. So we really have more than one. We've got 1, 2, and then how many kids. But the other main character that I'm putting down here is our handyman. We've got a handyman in Phibbsville. Not in Phibbsville, in FIBdiddity. So handyman. We need his name and age. And we already know that he's a handyman. Is he married? We don't know. His marital status, we need to know if he's married. And he's going to own the little building where she's pushing the lawnmower to. So my story here is just to introduce this lady. And we're not going to go into a whole lot. I have another deal here where we talk about her. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But I'm more or less in this session, in this storytelling, is introducing. This is a chapter kind of like in the Wednesday Sisters, when a new mother in the Wednesday Sisters joins the park group, and it kind of gives their background, whether she's married, what she looks like, and we could go into all that, what she looks like, but for right now we're not going to do that. So I did a how, and I kind of told you how I met her. This is already we met because I was out, and how met her. How met lady, how Meri met the lady. I was working in the yard, working in the garden, and I saw her pushing a lawnmower down the road. And this really happened, but without giving too much personal information of my skin and bones friend, that, you know, I think I can use the instance without telling her life story. Saw her pushing lawnmower down the road. All right. And then when you tell a story, now this is kind of iffy. When you tell a story, you kind of want to develop the plot, get to the plot of the story. I don't really have a plot. My plot is more or less introducing. So I guess I could say the plot of this story tonight is introducing the characters. It's not a mystery where, you know, we're trying to solve a whodunit. So intro to new FIBdiddity characters. And we could build a lot of stories off of, and you'll see when I get down into here, FIBdiddity characters. I'm going to call that the plot. How Meri met her was pushing the lawnmower down this. Okay. Then the other character that I have here is the handyman. I got, what is his name? Where is his shop? Well, his shop would be in FIBdiddity. Shop equal is in FIBdiddity. Now, where did this new lady move to? This is where I think a plot can develop. And I'll tell that here. So this is a where question. So this is really a D. These are still A's of who. The lady, her family, the handyman. Oh, this is a how. The how is an E. All right. the plot is B, which is a what? All right, what? What is the plot? Okay, D is what building did this new lady move into? And I'm just going to tell you what I have, and we'll develop it from there. Where's this new lady living in FIBdiddity? Where does lady live? And she's new. And being the mayor, I guess I'm uninformed mayor. You know, people come and go in FIBdiddity. Subscriber rate goes up and down, up and down, up and down. Well, this isn't up. The lady and her family moved in. So, but where did they live? And what I put was she's living in a refurbished, or her family is refurbishing an empty house into a bed and breakfast in FIBdiddity. And you think of FIBdiddity as being, I call it a small town in a big park. There are a lot of trees in FIBdiddity. And so we have a lot of bed and breakfasts. People like to come and relax. It's a place, and it's kind of in our story on the internet, it's a place where people can come, and that's kind of what my channel and the chat, I want my chat to be a place where people can come and just forget the cares of the world, do your art, you know. So she's refurbishing, her family is refurbishing an empty, I'll put Victorian house into a B&B. So what I'm getting to, I put, where are they from? I did not develop the where are they from. I don't know where they're from yet. So this is a question. Where did they come from? And I'll read your comments in a bit here. I want to finish this part, and then I'll come out and chat with you. So where did they come from? That's an open question. And then in the course, I walked down with this lady in my story, the same as I did in real life, down to the handyman's house or to his shop. And I got to know this lady in my story. We just chatted like, you know, anybody getting to know new people. And in the course of chatting, I was telling her about how we meet in our story, how we meet on Saturday afternoons at the general store. Our art friends, we get together and chat and do our artwork on our art projects on Saturday afternoons. And so I invited her to join us. So she invites us, and I put this under, I put it under when. So I put when I invited her to a Saturday afternoon art group get together at the Meri Atelier. And those of you who've been following my story know what I'm talking about. Afternoon. We should have a name for us, but we don't yet. Kind of Roy calls us the Atelierettes. Saturday afternoon art gathering, I'll just call it. And in the process of that afternoon, our group who meets on Saturday afternoons, now this is where my story is going, we were discussing that we want to do a retreat. You know, we retreat on Saturday afternoons. In my story, we retreat to this general store, which is really kind of like a department store. And we get together there and do our art. But we're talking about having a 3 to 4 day retreat. And we're discussing where to hold this retreat, art retreat. And of course, it can be sewing, scrapbooking, art, painting, urban sketching, whatever your inclination is, you know, just get together 3 to 4 days. And this is where the story is going to take another direction. And so this is what we're discussing. And this lady came to, I haven't named her yet, but she came to our Saturday afternoon meeting, and she was telling us that in the process of looking for a house for a B&B in a motel out on the interstate, on the way to the interstate, on the interstate coming into FIBdiddity or across the state, is a motel that's really nice, but it's empty now. And I don't know if it's still empty in real life, but in Iowa, when I was working, I mean, in real life now, I'm telling you in real life, when I was working, they had the Amana colonies in Iowa. And when I lived in Cedar Rapids, those Amana colonies, as you turned off the interstate, there was hotels. There was a big hotel here, and it wasn't a Motel 6. It was like a Fairfield Inn, or it had a different name. It wasn't a Fairfield Inn. And then there was another one over here. And for all the time that I drove back between Madison and Nebraska, those hotels were open. Well, when I moved back in 2016, when I went by those hotels, I hadn't been back to Nebraska for a couple years. Both of those motels had closed. And I don't know if it would, they had that economy kind of went in the pits in 2008. I don't know if that's what got them, the tourist. And here recently with our pandemic, I imagine that there are a lot of hotels. I don't know this for sure because I don't travel much anymore. But I'm talking about real life. I'm thinking that there are a lot of hotels that just because of our economy that have closed down in real life. So I'm kind of using that instance in our story to where this lady and her husband were looking for a place to have their bed and breakfast. Well, they wanted more of a Victorian house, but they had looked at this motel on the interstate coming into FIBdiddity. And she was saying how it's in really good condition. It's not a rundown thing, that was in good condition. They probably closed it in the last couple months or so. And of course, I don't get out much, so I was unaware of it. And she was saying it would be really nice if we could, because the rooms are there, it has several rooms. She said it would be, and it has conference rooms and kitchen and the whole bit, if we could find the owner and maybe have our art retreat there. So that's kind of where I left this story. So this whole thing about the motel art retreat here, this could develop into its own story. Now we could do a mystery off of that. We could do a thrift shop story and go thrifting in different areas out in. Oh, by the way, the town that this is close to, I wanted to work this in too. I told several, more than several, couple years ago when I was telling Phibbsville stories about Destiny, who's a character in Phibbsville or in FIBdiddity now, and Johnny, and how they met. And the town that I used was a town called Mechanicsville. And that goes into the whole story of how Destiny and Johnny met. But I'm going to put this motel close to Mechanicsville because Mechanicsville is a town close to FIBdiddity. Mechanicsville. Those of you who have been following the story probably remember that. I'll put a sign there. So this is where I am on the story right now. It's just to introduce these characters. Now what I'm going to, hi Jill, what I want from you guys is what we want to do here now that you know the whole background, kind of the plot of the story. What we're doing is we're introducing these new characters. And I'd like to get a name for the lady. I'd like to get her name and her age, her husband's name and his age, and you could even do how did they meet, how did they meet, and how many children does she have, their names and their ages. And I got how here. Oh, I think how many kids, how many children. So now let me come out. Let's start. I'm going to unplug you guys so I can get you up here. So what do you think this lady's name is? Let's name her. Arters? The Arters? Well, let's come back to that. Let's go with the lady's name. We need, let's see. Let me go up and see. The handyman is Andy. Let me go back. See, you guys, I'm going to have to go up here. Hi. Let's see. Angie is here. Laura is here. We're talking about the box with silver. Okay. I answered that. What did Becky say? Oh, Becky's talking about on the 12th and the 19th. She and her sister are going to have play dates. Her sister's name is Robin, and her sister Robin is an art teacher, and she's also a potter. And so on the 12th, they're going to be playing in clay, and on the 19th, Robin is coming to Becky's house, and they're going to be sewing. Isn't that fun to have a sister? Yeah, that's really great, Becky. Becky said she'll post pictures. Okay. Shannon says she loves clay. Angie says, I can't get my red light to say I'm on live. Joyce came in. Arte Dar says her hands are washed. She had chicken. Or washed. She washed her hands after her chicken. Angie took a nap. Keisha has a lot to do today. She's packing. Becky says she never squeezes the zucchini. Oh, you don't squeeze the juice out of, you don't drain your zucchini and squeeze. I squeeze the juice out of it. I don't like it. I let it, I kind of scrunch it, get what juice I can out of it. It's still plenty moist. The zucchini is still. Shannon's having fish and chips. Laura says she read the book, Wednesday Sisters. I need to finish that book. You know, I'm kind of forming, that book is playing around that group of ladies. And that's kind of what I want to happen here at the motel. Not just ladies in Phibbsville, maybe, you know, as long as that motel is vacant, maybe being able to meet, you know, every other month or so and get to know new ladies, new characters, and maybe have a name for that group, not the Wednesday Sisters, but a group name, a retreat group name. And, you know, we could build a whole story around that. Let's see. Nettie and Teddy. Okay, I can buy that. Her name is Nettie. We have a Nettie here, but no reference to our Nettie. Her name is Nettie, and her husband's name is Teddy. I can buy that, Arte Dar. We've settled it right there. Nettie and Teddy. Oh, Vivian and Vic. All right, I see I'm going to have to get out a random org. Vivian and Vic. So we got Nettie and Teddy and Vivian. We'll let random org pick. Handyman Hank. Handyman Hank. I like that. Hank is good, Arte says. Is Arlene here? No, I don't think Arlene. Arlene usually shows up early in the morning. Arlene is a night person, and so she sleeps a lot during the day and the evening. Arlene usually comes when she comes in. She doesn't always come in because, you know, she gets tired, and I understand that. I get it. But no, she's not here tonight. Rhonda was here. Becky said good night to everybody. She says she needs to call it a night. She's really tired tonight. She mowed the yard in the heat. Oh, I did that last Saturday. Oh, that can get to you. When I didn't have the sense to quit. And I wanted to get that was last Saturday, and I was wiped out. I understand, Becky. I get it. Good night, Becky. Have a good sleep. Becky says, everyone have a wonderful holiday. They saying good night. There's Sharon Lombard. Hi, Sharon. She says, Angie says, good night, Becky, and have a happy 4th. Sweet dreams, Becky. Sharon says, hi, Fibs. Hi, everyone. Allie K says, hi, Allie. How about archers? I'm not sure. Archers? That doesn't really ring a bell, but I'll write it down. Mabel and Leroy. Okay, we got another one. Mabel. Nettie, Vivian, Mabel, and Leroy. So we're going to let Random Org, when I get all these choices, I let Random Org pick. Rhonda says hello to all. Okay, so let's go out to Random Org. Stop, don't give me any more names. Hi, Skinny Cat. Welcome, welcome. Skinny Cat. This is the first time you've been in here. This is an art group. Are you an art aficionado? Fantastic friends. Ooh, I like that. Arters and fantastic friends. Fantastic friends. Nina says, hi, Skinny. Riri says, hi, Allie. Okay, let me go out while you guys are chatting, and let me go to Random Org. And I think I got it here. I got a whole bunch. Let's see. Scrappy tape. Founding Fathers. Fractar. Well, I guess I don't have that one. Let's do a new one. Random Org sequence. Go. All right. So I got 1 through 3. And we're just going to let Random Org pick. 1 is Nettie and Teddy. 2 will be Vivian and Vic. And 3 will be Mabel and Leroy. Mabel and Leroy. That's interesting. Okay. So through 1 and 3, we're going to let Random Org pick what their names are, because we'll blame Random Org for any choices. Format in 1 column, get sequence. And it is number 2. It is Vivian. Her name is Vivian, and her husband's name is Vic. Vivian and Vic are names of the new family that moved to the bed and breakfast in FIBdiddity. So what are their ages? Can you guys give me an age for Vivian and Vic? And how many kids do they have? Yeah, we're working on a story. And it's kind of setting up a story. It's giving you the background for a story. Where the plot is introducing new characters, new FIBdiddity characters to our town. That's kind of the plot of tonight's story. You guys are helping me. I kind of had where I wanted the direction of the story to go, but I didn't have all the characters built. You guys are helping me build it. You called them freehand mindfulness art, Jill said. 25 and 27. All right, we're going to use 25, and so Vivian is 25 and Vic is 27. I'm just picking what you guys said. So we got the name and the age. We got the husband and how old he is. So now we're on the children. How many children? 4 kids, Sharon says. Okay, we're going to use 4 kids. They got 4 kids. Now I need 4 names. What are the names? You guys are helping me define these characters. We need 4 names, boys and girls. How many girls? How many boys? 4 of them. I'm going to take the first ones my eyes land on. Creative crafters. We'll do that too. Creative. We'll ask random this one. Creative crafters. We got the arters, the arters, fantastic friends, and creative crafters. We're naming the group that's going to meet at this motel. We have to find the owner of the motel. That'll be another story. We're setting up, we're planning on having an art retreat, a 3 to 4 day art retreat. And the lady and her husband who moved to FIBdiddity that we're defining up here, they are building a bed and breakfast. Well, the bed and breakfast would be a good place to have an art retreat, except they're just refurbishing that. It's not ready to be moved into. And it'll probably only have, Victorian house will probably only have 1 or 2 bedrooms, maybe 3, maybe 4 bedrooms for rent. And that's why she said when they were looking for a bed and breakfast to remodel, on the interstate close to FIBdiddity, there was this motel, and it's close to Mechanicsville. Sue, Ken, and Bill. All right, we got 3. Oh, then I saw, wait a minute. Let's go up here. Shannon says James. So we're going to name one James, a boy. Let's see. How am I going to do that? I'm going to put that. I got a lot of arrows here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The oldest boy is going to be named James. And that was from Shannon. From Shannon. Skinny Cat. Hi, Skinny Cat. We got a girl. The oldest girl is going to be named Valerie. I like that. James and Valerie. And then Monroe, Sue, Ken, and Bill. We're going to get another boy, Monroe. Is Monroe a boy's name? Monroe. We're gonna. What would be a good nickname for Monroe? And then Sharon. We're gonna have another girl, a youngest girl, and her name will be Sue. And that's it. Mina said Max, Marcia, Steve, and Susan. I picked the ones that I had. Laura says Randy, Sandy, Candy, and Mandy. Oh, that would have been cute, Laura. Maybe we'll make Randy, Sandy, Candy, and Mandy cousins. I'm going to jot that down because I like how that goes. Randy, we'll put them as cousins. I like that. But I've already named them here. I just took the first ones. Randy, Candy, Sandy. I mixed it up there. Sandy and Mandy. All right. They'll be cousins. We won't, they really won't be worked in until another story, but I just had to write that down. So we've got these characters pretty well defined. I just called them oldest, second oldest, third oldest, and young. And at 25, let's see, if she's 25 now, let's say her youngest girl, let's call her 2 years old. And so she would have been 23. And let's say that her oldest boy is 4 years old. She would have been, what, 21? The girl will make her 5 years old. And she'd be 20 and maybe 18 when the oldest boy. So let's see. At 2 years old, if she's 25, her age would be 23. At 4 years old, her age would be 21. At 5 years old, she'd be 20. So at 18, she would have, so he would be, what, 7 years old? I think. I'd have to review that again. So she would be 18 when she had her youngest boy, and he'd be 7 years old, so she'd be 25 now. At age 20, she had her girl, and she's 5 years old now. At 21, she had another boy, and he's 4 years old, and the youngest girl is 2. And we don't know if there's another one on the way or not. That would be interesting. My part of the story. Nickname for Monroe is Mo. Oh, okay. They're going to call him Mo. Thank you. I like that. Mo is a good nickname. Hey, Mo. Renee says, hello, Joyce. She's a busy mom. We'll put her a busy mom. And they're going to run a bed and breakfast. So just think of having 4 kids and running a bed and breakfast at age 25 and 27. And you know, if they're running a bed and breakfast, you can get an idea what their personalities might be. We aren't going to define all that here because I don't want to go off down a lot of rabbit trails. But just think they're in the hospitality industry. So they're probably both pretty outgoing. You know, they like people, they like to meet people, they like to have people, you know, serve people. We could even have him being on the town council, and, you know, he's got a lot of ideas. He's probably something of a handyman himself. And speaking of handyman, we named him Hank. Now, how old is Hank? She has 0 time for art. Well, yeah, she's probably, we're going to have to get her busy. She's probably saying, I don't have time for this. And we're going to say, bring your kids. Well, I don't know about that. We really haven't worked very many kids into FIBdiddity because of COPPA. But we do have little Maisie. We could have the kids meeting Maisie. So we might develop that now. See, there's a lot of ways this story could, just forming our characters here. Bed and breakfast. She's a busy mom. A busy mom. She isn't going to have time for art. No time for art. That's gonna be her excuse, and we're going to tell her she's going to have to take some time out and de-stress. We're going to make you make time, even if it's to do a crayon drawing. So this is her mantra. I have no time for art. Well, we're going to change that. We'll say, we'll buy you a box of crayons and a coloring book. Jill would like that. Wouldn't she, Jill? Jill would get her in, do a page. And do it now, even if it's scribble. Do a page with your 2-year-old. See who can scribble the most. Have some fun. Renee says, I just inherited a dog named Hank. Aww. Aww, for real, huh? A dog named Hank. Well, Hank the handyman has a dog. He has a dog named Hank. We're going to go off of your dog's name. Has a dog named Hank. Because I think it's cute. Named Hank. Okay, how old is Hank? Is Hank a young man or an old man? Tell me. For real, she says. The dog named Hank is real. What else did I miss? Artedar was giving me names: Sandy, Susie, Jacob, and Johnny. I'm waiting for an age for Hank. He's a handyman, so you know he mows lawns, and I'll bet you that Frederick, our lead pencil criminal who's turned handyman in Phibbsville, he works for the city. He mows all the lawns in FIBdiddity. I'll bet he could become friends with Frederick. You have to kind of follow our stories to know who Frederick is. He's 38. Okay, we're gonna say he's 38. Is he married, divorced? Did his wife pass away? Is she still around? Does he have a wife? Is he still married? And if he's married, did they ever have kids? And then we'll stop with that, because we don't want to get too down the trail here till later. And then we'll probably stop with the story after we define him, because we've already defined how Meri was out in the garden and she saw Vivian pushing the lawnmower down the road. And that's how I met her, because I'm going, you know, I yelled at her, "You're going to mow the streets." Are you going to help? Are you going to help Frederick, who's our town gardener, I guess you could say. And she says, "No, I'm pushing it down to the handyman. I can't get it started." And he said he'd work on it for me. So I walked with her down there, and I invited her to our Saturday meetings, to the gatherings that we have on Saturday afternoons. And when she came, we were discussing on Saturday afternoon, we were discussing having an art retreat and where we could do it. And she's the one who told us that in the course of looking for the bed and breakfast that they found in FIBdiddity, that on the interstate, the state interstate near Mechanicsville, there's this motel that's recently closed, and it's still in good shape and everything. And that would be a good place to have an art retreat. They got a swimming pool. So we have to, there's a whole thing of contacting the owners, find out if we can get people to staff it for our retreat, set it all up. You know, there are people that do more in the business world. They put together conferences. What are they called? They got a name for them. It's an occupation where, you know, businesses will want to have a business retreat. And so they contact these people to set up all the, you know, rent the hotel rooms, do, you know, set up all the meetings, send out all the flyers, all of that. He's a widow. Okay, I'm going to say he lives in a tiny house and he's a widow. Okay, lives in a tiny house, that with Hank, his dog, in a tiny house. I like that. And he's a widow. I like that too. He was married 10 years and he lost his wife and house to her in a divorce. Okay. So, oh, well, he's a widow. Oh, well, I'm going to say that he lost his wife to an illness instead of a divorce. So, but he lost the house, or let's just say he didn't lost it. Let's say he sold the house because he was so much in love with her, he couldn't live in that house anymore. So he sold the house. He sold his big house when his wife died. And he has just enough room for Hank the dog. What is PR for VIP? PR, what does that stand for? For VIP. I know what VIP stands for. A professional, what? representative. But oh, I'd have to research it. There's a group name for people, for they're a group. They run a business that go around and set up all these conferences and everything for people. I'd have to research it more. But anyway, that's what we're going to have in FIBdiddity, because we're not going to be able to hire people to come in and, you know, open up a motel that's closed down, even though it's in good shape, you know, and you have to get caterers for food. We have to get people to check us in. We have to have people to, you know, make up the rooms and clean the rooms for at least a week. And this could even develop into somebody wanting to have retreats there, and not just art retreats. It could develop into a full-time business for somebody in Mechanicsville. But that's where we're going to leave our story. Meri, event planner. Thank you. That's it, L.A.K. An event planner. And event planners, that's what I was thinking of. And they work with the PR, personal representatives for VIP. Event planners. That's the term I was looking for. And PRs probably work with event planners. My past experience was art retreat at a hotel. Oh, it was? Really? If we're in real life, Arte? That's cool. That's interesting. Well, I'm going to leave it there. We got the background. We built the plot of the story, or we built the characters. We don't really have, the plot is introducing characters. It isn't like we're developing a mystery story, and it's not a whodunit. It's, you know, it's just more or less introducing this lady and her husband and her family and the handyman and Hank the dog. And we're getting into, or might be getting into, our plot here of developing the art retreat. And boy, that could go into a lot of things. What's going to happen at that art retreat? You guys can be thinking about it. We could have somebody come in who's a good artist and runs the classes real good, and everybody loves the class. And we could have somebody come in who's not such a good teacher and takes the money and runs and never shows up, takes the class fee and never shows up. And we could get Officer Orville in there, hire an attorney, and we could have urban sketching going on. We could have things around the hotel. We'd probably have to hire a lifeguard for the swimming pool. I don't think motels do that, but I think we should. Caterers, maybe somebody in the caterer got the recipe wrong and put salt in it instead of sugar, that type of thing. There's 100 ways you can develop this. So, but we're going to close that out. Thank you, guys. I really like where this is going. We got our fairy characters to tell stories about too. We told the story about Coral the fairy, and we even got her free from the evil force that was keeping her captive. We sang a song, and the song was I got it here. That song was sing a song, make it simple to last the whole night long. That was a real song, though, I think. By what, Gary Stadler? Sing a song. The Carpenters. That's the song that we sang to whenever that song is sung. That's what freed Coral, our fairy, who had the ability. See, this is part of our story. She turned Mitzi into a little size of a gnome, but Mitzi had to be turned back into real little girl size so she could get home before 5 o'clock. Well, Coral didn't show up, and she was captured by an evil force. And the way we got her free was to sing a song. So there's that. And it's only 8:18. Oh, Arte, it's always workshops by each of us. Oh, what a great idea. Wait, I got to get at that Society of Idea Collector. Artie's not done yet. Oops, it's upside down. I love that. Just think, Becky could teach us how to make bags. Arte, what was it you just did, Arte? You did a nature book, didn't you? Didn't you just show us some nature stuff on Facebook? Let's put down here. I'm going to put a star by it, but because I like that. Each of us could teach a class. Now, this is all fiction. We aren't going to ask you to really teach us a class. This is all fiction in our story. This is just storytelling. Let's see. Workshops by each one of us. Workshops by each member. I'm going to put. And then what we could do is a list. Maybe we'll do that next Friday night. Think about what workshop. We'll make a list of workshops and who's going to teach it. And we might volunteer you to teach a workshop if we know you are good at it. Like Jill's good at coloring. Becky's good at sewing and Tunisian crochet. Carol's good at stitching. I'm good at jabbering. I'm good at making mistakes. And you all are good at teaching because you guys all teach me. Angie says, don't put me as a teacher. Angie, you could teach us how you make those wonderful fabric bows. And this is just in a story. We aren't going to make you teach us how you make the bows. It's just fictional, Angie. But don't say we're going to make you be a teacher because we all want to learn how you make those beautiful fabric bowls. Everybody loves them. And you make yo-yos. You could teach us how to make yo-yos. Arte Dar says, I had tons of junk. I do too, Arte. And I love every bit of it. I can't get rid of it. Allie K says, I've never been to Patty's retreats either. But I remember, let's Patty who? Allie K says, Arte Dar reminds me of Patty's retreats. Do you ever get to those? I don't know who Patty is. I've never been to Patty's retreats, but I remember them before the pandemic. People would talk about them. Arte says she loves your bows, Angie. So Angie, we're going to crowdsource you. We're going to corner you and we're going to strip down fabric for you, and we're going to tie you up and make. Oh, Patty Tolly Parrish. Oh, I always forget her name. Oh, yeah. I didn't know she had retreats. See, I'm so out of touch. I didn't know Patty Tolly Parrish had retreats. I'll bet they were good ones. Well, you know what I want to do, and this will probably bore the bejeebies out of you, but I'll show you first, and it won't take long if I can find what I want. What I want. I may not be able to, oh, there it is. Let me show you first where I'm going. It was yesterday afternoon. You know, I covered this box and I'm zoomed in. Let me zoom out, or you're just going to see nothing. Let me put it here and then zoom out. Let me zoom out. You'll probably see my legs. Wait, come on, zoom out. Wait, it's not zooming. There. So I covered this box. Now this is where I'm going to store my crochet squares. And I think I'm going to go back and work on Becky's first episode. I think I'm going to go back and work up squares. And I'll probably put those in here too. What did you say about Dee Dee? Wait, I've got to read chat. Thank you, Mary, for the kind words. Maryland. I wanted to. Oh, but life got in my way. Oh, she had them in Maryland? Well, see, I couldn't go back that far east. I can't even get down to Arkansas. Um, Rosemary and Shannon had a retreat too. I think it was at Rosemary lives in a house and then she uses an empty house next door for her studio. And they had a retreat, her and Shannon Green and I think Vicki Brown and Vicki Ross, I think, all went to Rosemary's retreat. I would have loved to go, but I had just moved back to Nebraska. I couldn't afford it. This year she is. Oh, there's Dee Dee. Hi, Dee Dee. There's Dee Dee. They were asking if you were going to be on tomorrow, and Kathy Arbor said you're going to be on. Oh, wow. I'd love to go back there, but there's no way I can get back to Maryland. Allie K, I lost touch with so many in that group. The retreat is on, Dee Dee says. I'm guessing Patty will be there. Patty would be really a good one to have a retreat. Dee Dee, I don't know if you were listening, but the reason we got off on retreat is because we're telling I did a little mind map, Dee Dee. We're building a story in FIBdiddity. And we're talking about in FIBdiddity doing a fictional art retreat. So that's how we got off on retreats. Oh, you did. Oh, you're going to be streaming tomorrow morning. Dee Dee streams at 8:30 Eastern. And her channel is the same as her name, Dee Dee Willingham. If you put Dee Dee Willingham in there, you'll find it's Inky Well. But you put Dee Dee Willingham in your browser and you'll find Dee Dee. You know what, Dee Dee? I love to have people help me tell the stories. I tell you, this group comes up with some of the most fun things. Like, who was it suggested? I didn't even write down who suggested it. At the retreat, we're going to have people in here give a workshop. We're going, like, we've already cornered Angie. She's going to teach us how to make those bowls and pom-poms. Becky's going to teach us how to sew. Becky goes, oh no. I laughed at Becky the other day because she was trying to do that Tunisian pearl stitch, which you have to really concentrate when you're doing it. Well, and then she had Tippy or Howie was pawing at her for something, wanted her, and she was trying to keep me on track with making the bag. She said, it really turned out like I intended. Allie K said, Dee Dee said the Maryland retreat is in a few weeks. In 2 weeks. Oh, wow, cool. Hi, Charlene. There's Charlene. Charlene had helped, and Allie K both have helped do research on, I was at Keisha's auction, several weeks ago. And I bought this batch of letters. Oh, see, we could work that into a story. I bought this batch of, and not use the letters per se, because they're some of them are kind of personal, and I don't want to put personal stuff out on in my channel. But we could use it just like I did. The lady walking down the street here kind of gave me the basis for my story. These letters, I actually bought them at Keisha's auction. I think Amanda sold them to me. But I lost track of where I was going. We could work them into a story is what I'm saying. I'm too busy watching you guys chat to tell you what I'm going to do here. Oh, Charlene, that's where I was going. Charlene and Allie K actually researched these letters for real. This man had been in the service, and there are several people out there who have his name, and it can be kind of tricky. And they found his wife's name. They found his sister. Wasn't his sister? I think they found his sister and her sons. I think were on Facebook. I don't have the courage to message and ask them if they knew their uncle. I know that his two girls' names, first names, but I would love to eventually find them and ask them about if they knew about these letters and if they would want them back. Because I have a feeling Amanda probably bought them, at a flea market, or I never really asked her where she got the letters, but they're kind of interesting. And I don't have, he was in the Air Force, and was it in World War II? Was it World War II or the Korean War? I forget. I have to go back and look at all the notes. But Charlene and Allie Kay did a lot of genealogy research on this man. And it's just very, very interesting what they came up with. I think his wife, the man who wrote the letters, his wife was also a nurse in the service. And I found that very interesting. The letters from Elaine to Norman during, it's Vietnam. Thank you, Allie Kay. I was thinking World War II. It was Vietnam War. That's right. That's right. I have so much going on in my life, I forget a lot. They're really interesting. I will say, while he was serving over in Vietnam, he was a medic. He was in the medic corps. While he was serving over in Vietnam, she was home house hunting. And she would write back to him in those letters about houses, that the price of houses and where they were located, and, what she liked about a house and which one, it was kind of interesting. But I don't want to really show a lot on online and even on my video, because I think some of it gets kind of personal. And I think his daughters, are probably in their 50s or 60s now. And, I just don't feel right. And I really don't, they're all over there in their original state that I bought them in. I don't feel like arting them or anything. I would like to eventually get them back to the family somehow, but I haven't pursued. Allie Kay found who we think is his girls' cousins, but I haven't worked up the courage to message them. Letters, let's see. Norma was in the Air Force medical unit. Yeah. And he was promoted, I think, to a major. And there's a letter of promotion in there from his commanding officer. In that batch of letters, he's got some certificates in there. There's a picture of him as a younger man. The Vietnam War happened in the 70s, the late 60s. Well, it really happened in the 60s, the late 60s, 65 through what was, didn't it end in 72 or 73, the Vietnam War? The official end. I'd have to go look at the dates, but it was in that time frame. And what's really interesting about those letters is they're all letters to him. There's no letters from him to her. There's a Valentine and a birthday card. I think there's a birthday card from his sister. His sister, I think, was older than him. And it's really quite interesting. So I'm thinking either his wife passed away or they got divorced or something. Somehow all those letters got separated into his belongings, is what I'm saying. And however, Amanda got a hold of them. I think it was I got them from Amanda. I could be wrong there too. In my head, I'm thinking that I bought them from Amanda at Keisha's auction, but it may have not been her. I'll bet they'd love to get those letters, Rhonda says. I think they would. I really do. And I really need to maybe contact to say, are you a cousin to one of the girls, and find out if I can contact one of the girls and ask her if Norman is his name, if Norman was her father, and just explain that I bought some letters at an auction and we're trying to trace the family and see if we can't get them back to their rightful owners. I didn't pay much for them. I I think I won an offer up, a bid, and I think I paid $15 for them. And there's a stack of them. It's a packet of them. But what attracted me to them is what I think is interesting is there is a letter from his commanding officer, a promotion letter. I can't remember what else was in there. A picture of him. Oh, and there was a letter from one of his old comrades. That was an interesting letter because it was like a buddy to buddy letter. Norma's sister was older. Yeah. Yeah, Norman's sister was older. I think she was. Yeah, I need to get in touch with him. I kind of a coward there. Maybe I will. I got to work up my courage. At an art show, Artedar says, I gave an old postcard back to the sender. It had my handmade angel on it. Oh, that's cool. Wow. Oh, that's neat. That's neat. Jill says, Rhonda, how are you? Well, you know, I did a cross stitch piece of a design that I did. I was doing, it's a scissors piece, you know, my basic scissors design, but it's on the background as a sampler. I've showed it on here. And we had an ornament exchange, and I swapped it out with her, with my swap partner, and she eventually passed away. And they were sorting out her art, her cross stitch stash, and one of the ladies in St. Louis who was helping her daughter sort everything out ran across that ornament, and she messaged me and said, Meri, I know you stitched this and designed it. Would you like to have it back? And of course I would have, you know. I said, yes, please. And it's hanging out on the lamp, on my little lamp above my recliner. And every time I look at it, I think of her. So the rightful thing to do is try to find his daughters and see, you know, if it were my dad, you know, and who knows, his daughters could be married, and, you know, he could have, boom. He could be having grandchildren who might like to know more about. If I had a grandfather who was a major in the medical corps during Vietnam, you know, I would want to know more about my grandfather. I wouldn't know more about that time, the 1960s. I think the time frame in the letters were dated 1968 and 1969. Skinny Cat says, thanks to the internet, I was able to find him and return all of the stuff, including a charcoal picture that wasn't replaceable. He was thankful to get all of the stuff. Let's see what she said above. Skinny Cat. Allie K, no, I'm talking about the same letters. I did not buy another box of letters. I didn't see what Skinny Cat was telling about. She says, thankful to the internet, I was able to find him and return all of the stuff, including a charcoal picture. But I lost who you're talking about, Skinny. And by the way, Skinny Cat, welcome to our chat. We're glad you joined us. Skinny Cat is new here tonight. Please give her a welcome. Make her feel at home here in FIBdiddity. I know you guys do. You welcome more people than I'm able to. But I can't find out who you're talking to about, Skinny. I lost it in my chat stream here. Everyone has been very sweet. They are. And please come back. We welcome you in here. We like our new members. We like to, you know, this is a friendly group. We get to know each other, and you'll find out that we will follow each other. Like Dee Dee Willingham is in here. Dee Dee streams tomorrow morning at 8:30. You'll see a lot of people in here in Dee Dee's stream. Another lady, I don't know if you know her, you might know her, Janet Nash streams tomorrow morning. You'll see people in here that are in here tonight. You'll see them over at Janet Nash's stream. And you'll see we kind of follow each other around. I don't make it to a lot of the streams anymore, but I will. Angie says, welcome, Skinny Cat. I'm the troublemaker. You are not Angie. Angie is the cheerleader over in Keisha's Creations. Keisha's Creations is a marketplace. She's a marketplace vendor. She has sales. She just ended a big sale this weekend. And she usually has one the middle of the month. I think it's going to be July 16th. I think Angie told me yes. Dee Dee waves hello to Skinny. Laura says, Jill, my mom has, I can't pronounce that, and I told her not to walk around without shoes on or slippers. She now wears her shoes and doesn't have pain. Oh, interesting. I'm barefooted right now. Laura. I had socks on. I had socks on because I like to wear socks when I go outside and mow. I wear clogs, you know, big old rubber garden shoes when I'm outside. But I have to wear socks with them or I'll get blisters on my feet. But the socks got hot and I kicked them off, so I'm barefoot now. Rhonda dropped a link to Inky Whale, who's Dee Dee Willingham. And she also dropped another link to Janet Nash. And I didn't get over to Keisha's much this weekend. I kind of wiped out yesterday. I did get in there a little Friday night, but I'll be back. I was talking about this box. This is where I'm going to keep all my crochet samples. And I'm just going to stack them up there. I think I'm going to put a belt system here to buckle this as a closure. But what I don't have is I need a long piece. So one long piece here and a short piece. So a long and a short. And I'm debating whether I want a long one there. So let's turn it over. I think I got all my sides done. I need to put, see, this is washi tape here. This is Tim Holtz washi tape. And I'm going to put that here and here. I'm not going to do that tonight. What I want to do is count how many pieces I need. So I have one long and one short. I need to do this one. So I have 2 long and 2 shorts here. So I need 3 shorts and 2 longs. I need 2 more shorts over here. So that's 5 shorts and 2 longs. I think that's all I need, because I'm not going, these will be the bottom of the inside box. This is the bottom. This will close up this way. So what did I say? 2 longs and 5 shorts, I think I said. So, and when I say longs, I mean the long side here and the short side there. And I make, for those of you who don't know what fabric washi tape is, there is a girl named Rosemary Morris who makes all these caboodles. And she showed us how she uses double-sided carpet tape. I'm gonna put that box away, or behind my chair is away. Let me zoom back in a little so you don't see my feet so much. Beep, beep, beep. Give you a ride here. What I want to do, I said 5 shorts and 2 longs, but I think what I want to do is do 3 longs just in case. Oh, I need to seal up the bottom. Maybe I'll do 4 longs. Well, I should do 5 longs and 5 shorts, and then I'll have extra if I need it. And that's when I'm going to close out. I got 20 minutes to do that. And it doesn't really take long once I get to it. So let's move this. And all I do is cut 2-inch strips. And I actually found some more duct tape that I haven't opened yet. So I've got plenty of duct tape. And I need 2-inch strips. And this, I think, was a sheet. I got it at Pearl Brown's auction. And I had a lot of it. I said, just give it all to me. So if you happen to be going to the thrift store, no, it wasn't a sheet, it's fabric, because it still has its salvage on there. I say, if you're going to the thrift store and you see a sheet, there's a lot of ways that you can use a sheet in your art. I'm going to make washi tape to put on these boxes. I think this I already cut off here. And you'll see the reflection. I don't need that to do this. Let's turn my lamp around. Get rid of that reflection off of my wonderful glass top here. Thank you, Laura. And all I need to do is measure out 2 inches and tear it. I don't have to cut. And let's do it this way. And then I'm just going to mark. And I trim off. And I'm not going to put them on the boxes. I'm just going to make the tape here tonight. And I could probably get 3. I'm going to cut 2. I'm going to cut the longs. I'm going to do 4 of these. 2. And then whatever I have left over, I will use as washi tape. So all I'm going to do is snip and tear. Snip and tear, snip and tear. And I think my longs are 12 inches. And I'll measure them when I get there. And my shorts, I think I made 10 inches. And when I'm saying shorts, I mean like the short side of the box and the long side of the box. And I'm just going to rip it. That's easy. I think I tore the wrong way the other night and it tore crooked. But I think I'm tearing the right way tonight. If you tear with the grain, you'll tear a good 2-inch strip. Or approximate 2-inch. Yeah, that's probably about all I need, but I'm going to make some extra just because I might need it somewhere. Somewhere in my life I'll need it. And I've already cut that, so. And then tomorrow I'll finish making my box so that I made a little journal. You guys saw me make that journal. I covered the box with wallpaper, and I used some of that leftover wallpaper to make my little journal. And I'm going to record the name of each one of the stitches we do. And I'm going to record where on the, of course, Becky. I'll record Becky, and then I'll record what tutorial she was using. And the name of the square. Where happened to my cuts here? They're over here. So I'm just making, we call this fabric washi tape. Rosemary Morris, the Rusty Peacock. That's where I learned how to make fabric washi tape. Bless her heart. I learned so much from Rosemary. I learned a lot from Dee Dee too. Dee Dee is who got me onto Society of Idea Collector. Love the Society of Idea Collectors. I never collected ideas before I met Dee Dee. Now I can't stop. Now my head is overflowing with ideas. And Dee Dee taught us mind mapping and list making and storytelling too. I told stories, but I never developed them like we did tonight. I might have developed them in my head. I can remember when I was younger, I must have been in high school, and my brother and I, he was in high school too. We were both teenagers. And at that time in our life, we could go down to the river and swim in the river with no fear of getting poisoned. And I remember we went down to the river, and I was telling this story about an Indian boy, and he said, "Oh, that's crazy." I said, "No, it's not. A little Indian boy used to swim in this river." That was one story I remember when I was younger. That little Indian boy who swam in the Little Blue River in Nebraska. Let's see if I remember right. If I put the fabric down on the tape, it works easier. And that's one story. I probably told stories when I was younger, but that's, I mean, when I was a little kid, I probably told stories that I don't want to repeat. I probably told little stories to get me out of trouble. I don't remember that. Well, I do remember one. My teacher caught me cheating on a test. I didn't cheat very much. I studied, but I evidently wasn't prepared for this test. And it was about the state capitals. And you were supposed to, what you were supposed to do, name all the capitals of each state. And somehow, why did I do that? I don't know how. I don't know the whole setup, but I know I was cheating. I had I looked up all the blanks. I prepared the paper. It must have been, I'm not sure how that was a test. I don't remember because I had it all prepared, how many letters were in. I was giving myself hints. How many letters are in that town's, the state capitals? And then I guess she said that was cheating. I thought it was more helping me along. It was like, hint, Lincoln, Nebraska, Lincoln. It has 7 letters. So I would put 7 spaces. And she caught me doing it. She made me go use a blank piece of paper, and I probably flunked that lesson because I couldn't remember all those state capitals. I could remember Lincoln, Nebraska. But don't ask me, even to this day, I'd have to go Google it. What is the state capital of Alaska? What is the state capital of Texas? What is this? Google! She caught me. She caught me. But that's the only time I remember ever trying to cheat. I never cheated again because I got caught. She knew what I was up to. The things kids will do. I'm not a perfect person. I have to tell you guys that. Happy 4th of July, Angie. Bye. Have a happy 4th. She has to go. She might be back. If you're not, Angie, I'm not going to stay on too much longer. I'm just going to make this washi tape. And I need enough to cut, I think I said 2 or 3 longs and 5 shorts. Did you guys ever cheat on a test? Or were you all perfect little students, smarties, who knew the answer to everything? I know you guys aren't that smart because Keisha gets out the book. Keisha gets out the book in her giveaways, and let me tell you, it stumps a lot of us. I don't even try anymore. I never know the answers to the book. I never know the answers. What was it the other night? Something about a diamond. Not the facets. What are they called? Oh, I don't. They ended up. The answer was bezel. something with a diamond. I had no idea. I don't have any diamonds. I had no idea. Although I was not a bad student, you know, give me something to read and then test me over it. Don't ask me to memorize all the state capitals, because I'll never keep it in my head, even then. Now, I found out while I was doing this the other night, well, I put this down, I got little creases, but if I take my bone folder and I put my tape down, my fabric down that way, if I take my bone folder and go the other way, it works out a lot of those creases. Not all of them. Like this one might have a little trouble. But some of those that have air bubbles, it works out a lot of them. And you probably, if you would do shorter fabric strips, you wouldn't have as much of a problem because, you know, same way with longer thread. But this does get a lot of the air bubbles and the creases out. Jill says, I cheated on a test in junior high that didn't even matter. It was for a class that was in between classes, so it really wasn't technically a class. Well, there you go. If it's not a class, it's not cheating. This was a quiz, I think. I don't think it was a test. Did you guys ever have to do quizzes? The quizzes helped you prepare for tests. Like we would have so many quizzes. Sometimes you'd have a quiz a day. All right. So, and then I'll come in when I get ready to use that, and I'll trim off all this extra. I'm not going to do it tonight. But this will probably give me, well, let's see, 12. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So here's, I could probably get my 3 longs out of this with an extra maybe. So I'll have plenty left over, but I'm going to go ahead and do these, get them done. I got 4 minutes, so I might go a little bit over 10. Jill says, it was called advisory. My teachers had me, Arte Dar says, my teacher had me make the bulletin boards. Art made me happy, and they knew it. Lucky me, I have a photo memory in that works for me. I loved it. You know, when I was in junior high, even back then, I can remember, now we were a small school. I went to a small town school until my freshman year. Well, through my freshman year, until my sophomore year. And I'm talking small. Like there were 5 of us in our class. In my class, there were 5 of us. So we got a lot, you know, there's an advantage of that. We got a lot of personal attention, but you were more apt to get caught too if you did something wrong. And I wasn't a bad person. I cheated once on a test. I was a kid. I couldn't remember all those names. I think this is the back here. And I lost my thought. I went to a small school. Oh, when I was in junior high, not junior high, it was more the elementary school, not primary, elementary, like 4th grade. Our library, our classroom was 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades, and we were all in one room. We all had the same teacher for all the grades. And our library were library shelves, and it was fairly big. It went the length of the room and had like 3 or 4 shelves. And it was a fairly nice library, but it was unorganized. You know, so I, through my organization skills at that time, decided that library shelf needed to be organized. So I started organizing all the novels and all the biographies. And just like today, in today's world, I don't think I ever finished it. I think I graduated from 5th grade before I got that library completely organized. And but that helped me. I learned about the Dewey Decimal System and, you know, all of that. We had different teachers at that grade level. Our primary year, I have an older sister and an older brother. My older sister's passed away now. My older brother is here. Let me fix this. But all 4 of us kids had the same primary teacher. First, second, kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade. We all had the same teacher. And she was married to the school bus driver, and he also and his parents ran the town garage. It's a small town. That's why I like FIBdiddity so much. I think I grew up in a small town. I have all these small town experiences. But anyway, the elementary years, we all had different teachers. Like my brother was taught by Mrs. Fisher, who she's passed away now. And the elementary teachers, they're all gone. They're all passed away. My parents are passed away. I'm going to start crying any minute now. I got to get this worked out here. It's got to... pull that open. Anyway, I don't think I ever got those library books completely organized in 3 years. Of course, I had to do my lessons too. This was just something I was doing for fun. And the teacher at the time caught on to what I was doing. I just went over there and started doing it. Nobody asked me to do it. Jill said, I'm sorry you got paddled. Who got paddled? Artedar, did you get paddled? Renee says, my grandpa drilled me on the state capitals and mathematics every time I saw him. Well, that's cool, Renee. I didn't know either one of my grandfathers. I kind of miss that. I knew my grandmother on my dad's side. At least I knew who she was. My mother was raised by her great aunt, and her name was Aunt Molly. I would have loved to known my Aunt Molly. I remember her as a little girl. She passed away at home, and I remember my mom told me to go wake her up. Supper was ready. Go tell Aunt Molly to get ready for supper. And I went in there and I tried to wake her up. I went back and said, Mom, she's not waking up. She passed away. And of course, I didn't have a concept at that young age of what that was. I don't think I was going to school. Must have been about 3 or 4 years old then. And Mommy, she's not waking up. I remember that day. And I remember my mom going to check on her, and then she wouldn't let me back into the room. She said, don't go back in there. And she said, go play with your dolly. So I must have went and played because I had no idea what was going on. And that was the last time I saw Aunt Molly, was laying on bed, asleep. She wasn't waking up. At least she was home, though. She was with her family. That's the good thing. She was with her family. My mom took care of her. My mom took care of her. She raised my mom. She was my mother's great aunt. She was my great aunt. And she raised my mom because my mom grew up in a large family who couldn't raise 12 kids. So Aunt Molly and Uncle Billy. I heard so many stories about Aunt Molly and Uncle Billy. I wonder if my brother's home. I forgot to turn the lights on in the kitchen. He should be home by now. It's 9 o'clock. Oh, I lost chat. Let me get back into chat here. I don't know. They were going to have fireworks at 7. I hate when he drives by himself at night. I hate it. Oh, it's only 9:03. I can go until 10 o'clock tonight. You guys, I'm going to let you look at Penelope. I need to go check and see if he's home. Turn on the lights if he's not. So just hold on a minute. It's only 9 o'clock here. I was thinking it was 10. It's not even dark. It's not even dark out. They haven't even, probably have not even shut off their fireworks yet because it's not even dark out. He's not home yet. I turned the lights on. He can't see to get in the back door when we don't have the lights on. She passed in her sleep, Riri. Yeah, that's a good thing. That's how I want to go. When I pass away, I just want to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep, Riri, and wake up in a good place. I wish that for all of you. Meri, do they live far? They live about 30 miles. Depending on what way you go, 20 to 30 miles. But it's holiday traffic. We don't have a lot of drunk driving around here. But let me tell you, we went to the VA the other day. He had to get that test, and he was driving. He still drives, and he's got his license. But we were going. Here's the highway. It's just a 2-lane highway. We're going down the road here. There's another car here passing us. And he didn't see it, and I didn't see it until it happened. There was another car, and they just took out, and they went right between us. And he said, I didn't even see that car, and I didn't see it either until, I wouldn't be surprised if, it scared the bejeebies out of me. He probably, wanted to get around real fast and was judging the distance wrong. And that's why I tell him, I said, you look out for the other guy, because they're not going to look out for you. That's what I tell him when he leaves, and he knows it. I don't even have to say it anymore. Look out for the other guy, because they're not looking out for you. And he could have caused a bad accident. He just made it. He just made it around. My brother must have been far enough to the right for him to get through between us. Scared the bejeebies out of me. And it was almost like, you're watching those. I don't know if you guys watch those police chases on YouTube. This is folded in here. Watch those police chases on YouTube where they squeeze in between cars when they're trying to get away from the police. And that's what it was like. But there was no policeman chasing him. It was just they misjudged the distance is what happened. Scared me. And I don't like to have him drive, especially when it gets dark. And, you know, he puts in his hearing aid. I make him put in his hearing aid. He doesn't like to wear that hearing aid. But he doesn't hear what's good without it. I always have to yell at him. And I make him wear his hearing aid. And when he drives, he puts it in. But Brenda, what's wrong? Brenda, what did Brenda say? Jill, Artie Dar. You were bad in sixth grade. You were bad, Arte? What's wrong with Brenda? Brenda says, hi everyone, I don't want to go at all. Jill, I guess, oh, you don't want to die? Well, you know, Brenda, we don't have a choice. You know, we don't have a choice. Everybody's going to die someday. I'm not going to preach at you, but I'll just say, in my faith, the Lord came to, in the Christian faith, the Lord came so that we can live. And I guess that's preaching to you. And I believe in an afterlife, and I believe that because Jesus died on the cross for us, that we, you know, just go look up John 3:16. That answers it all. We get eternal life because he paid the price. We get death because of the original sin. I didn't plan that. None of us planned it. I listened to my sermon this morning. I have to tell you, I'm going to quit preaching to you, except for I'm going to tell you, I listened to the pastor this morning. And let me tell you, that pastor in 1 hour covered the Alpha, from the Alpha to the Omega. I had to pinch myself to stay awake because I was tired. I go, I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to fall asleep. No, I'm not going to fall asleep. I mean, he went over from Genesis. Well, he didn't really go clear to the end. He went from Genesis, gave a synopsis of biblical history from Genesis through Malachi to the birth of Jesus in the Christian faith. Oh my goodness. And you know, sometimes, now here again, this is not preaching at you to say you have to believe like I believe. That's not where I'm going. I'm kind of telling you what I believe. But sometimes I'll take my Bible and I'll just hold it like you would any book. And you know, the Bible, I've got a large print Bible, so it's probably about 2 inches thick. And I'll look at it and I go, here's history from the beginning of the world to the end. And it just kind of amazes me. Of course, you know, it doesn't tell about America and all of that, but it may be in there allegorically or whatever, but it's kind of interesting. So, Brenda, I understand you loving life and not wanting to go, but let me assure you, there's good on the other side. That's all I'm going to preach. You believe, you're just not ready yet. Well, you know, I don't think any of us are ready. We're never really, because we're physical beings. I understand what you're saying now, Brenda. We're physical beings. Like, I don't want my brother to die. I don't want to die. But although I tell my dentist that he says you can have a heart attack if you don't get those 9 teeth pulled. I said, I'm ready to go at any time. I don't want you to pull my teeth. I said, the good Lord wants to come and take me because I have decaying teeth. I'm out of here. but I get what you say. You know, you're you're not ready. You are happy with your life, or you're just not ready to leave this life yet. And I think a lot of us feel that way. I get what you're saying. But we don't get have a say in, well, unless you do something you shouldn't do. Most of us don't have a say in when we pass away. That's up to the Lord when he has our mansion ready. I hope my mansion has an art studio. That's all I can say. Don't forget to put in the art studio and the library and internet connections. I want a live stream from heaven, please. Rhonda says, Meri, I don't understand. And why are you telling your teeth can cause a heart attack? They're saying that if you have decaying teeth that you do not pull, like my teeth don't hurt me. I know I have decaying teeth underneath of, I got some crowns, and underneath of those crowns is kind of decaying. One of my crowns fell off, and they'll do x-rays when you go to the dentist. They do like full mouth x-rays to find out what kind of dental work you need. And these dentists are telling me to pull my teeth, and I keep telling them they don't hurt me. I want to be able to chew. And they say it's not healthy to leave decaying teeth in your mouth, that can cause eventual heart attacks. It can get into your bloodstream. I think that is a truth, though, because I did research that on the internet, and I don't know, was it the AARP magazine? I was reading an article that seniors who have less teeth left in their mouth live longer. I just said, I don't care. I can chew. I'm not ready to have my teeth pulled. If I did, I'd probably consider implants, but I don't know. The more I hear about implants, the less I want them. Why did they say they are decaying? Because they are. The x-rays, they do full mouth x-rays, and there's decay underneath of my crowns. And they're telling me I should have those teeth pulled. And I'm saying it doesn't hurt me, and I can still chew with them. Well, actually, they said 3 options is what they gave me. It was 3 options. I can leave them in there and risk health issues, or I can have them pulled and get bridges. They're on both sides of my mouth. Or I can have implants. Meri, will this ribbon be washi tape? Yes, it will, Brenda. And I'm putting it on the side of my box that I'll fold it in half this way across the edge of the box. And I'm taping up the edges of my box to kind of, I put the wallpaper on the box, but this kind of covers the edges where the wallpaper meets the edge of the box, and it's kind of open there. A tooth can decay underneath of a crown. Bacteria can get in there. It happens. Angie says, Meri, I have a big white blister under my tongue. Oh my goodness, Angie. How did you get a white blister under your tongue? Brenda says, I love it. Let me show Brenda. This box here. I showed it earlier. You're going to get it because I'm zoomed in. But see, here's the top of my box, Brenda. I'm making this as a box. I covered it with wallpaper. This was a priority mail box. I covered it with wallpaper, come out of a wallpaper sample book. And it's different designs. But I wanted to make a box to hold all my crochet squares. I'm not going to sew them into a quilt or a pillow or anything like that. I'm going to number them and label them. And then I have a little journal that matches this. And I'm going to put all my squares in there. I'm calling this a sample box because we're doing different crochet stitches. And I'm going to document what's in there. But see, on the edges of the box, I can show you on the inside here. The bottom ones I didn't do. But see, when I put wallpaper on, well, I don't have wallpaper. I have, here, this one's a good, see? I'm covering up these edges. Can you see this one? I'm covering up these edges with washi tape. And that's basically what I'm doing. And then this is Tim Holtz washi tape here that I'm, because, well, like you can see on the inside here, how the tape goes right there. I put that happened over here, but I evened it out with the washi tape, the Tim Holtz washi tape. And it's going to be that's the bottom of the box. This is going to be the top. And it opens up this way and this way. But see, I'm missing some strips here, and that's what I'm cutting some more. And I'm not going to put them on the box tonight. I'll do those offline. And I think I'm going to get some belts. I'm going to have to look through my old belts and attach some belts to buckle here and here for closures. So that's why I'm doing it. I want a pretty box to store all my... And you could go, you know, and I noticed that Hobby Lobby, and I don't have a Michael's, Dollar General was carrying them for a while. Those boxes with the flip-top lid. And I like them. And I had some Christmas ones, and I had some that I bought that I have storage stuff in. I have some sewing stuff in one. But they stopped selling the big ones. I can't find the big ones anymore. I can find medium-sized ones and small ones, but they stopped selling the big ones for some reason. Because I want them. Because I want them. They stopped selling them. Every time I want something, they stop selling it. It's all because they're taking it out on me. Meri wants it. Let's not sell it anymore. And I'm afraid I'm hoarding Dollar Tree double-sided tape for the same reason. I'm afraid that Dollar Tree is going to stop selling double-sided tape just because I like it so well. Everything I like, they stopped selling. My chat keeps going out on me. Amber said, Angie, I usually wash with Listerine a couple times a day, and it's gone. Oh, they're giving advice to Angie, has a blister under her tongue. Did you burn that, Angie? Did you eat some hot food? Renee says gargle with salt water. Gargle with Listerine. Too much kissing of a guy. Angie. Brenda says, I wish I had wallpaper. You know, I don't find this wallpaper, Brenda, was Sherwin Williams. Sherwin Williams is a paint company, and they discontinued their wallpapers. I latched on to that a couple years ago. Lisa Conway, My Eclectic Life, and Tanya McGuire had found that out. And I was listening, I think I found out on Lisa's stream. And so I went to the local Sherwin-Williams paint store here and said, do you have any wallpaper books to get rid of? How I had heard that they were discontinuing their line, and I didn't get to choose. He brought them out. I couldn't choose what I wanted. And I wish I could have gone back there and picked through it, but he wouldn't let me do that. He brought out this one, which has some floral and birds and that. But the other ones are kind of graphic. And you can find wallpaper sometimes at, thrift stores and that, but mostly it's white. You don't find the really pretty, oh, well, you kind. Becky found some at she went to the bins in her area, the Goodwill bins, and she found this really pretty red wallpaper that had had birds on it. She was showing it in her stream. So you just got to keep your eyes open. The really pretty stuff, I have to tell you, Brenda, on a row is expensive. You know, it's expensive. But if you keep your eyes open, sometimes go to the decorator stores and see if they have discontinued wallpaper books. You just kind of have to keep your eyes open and ask. I don't imagine there's too many decorators now that, you know, with COVID and everything, that are ready to get rid of their stuff yet, their inventory. I don't know that, but it might be a little bit harder to get your hands on them nowadays, is what I'm saying. And wallpaper, you know, wallpaper itself is not a popular, I'm stretched that fabric too much. Wallpaper itself is not a thing anymore, as far as, well, in some homes it isn't, but most of the people paint now, unless you're restoring a wall or something like that. Not a lot of people use wallpaper anymore. I think this is the third one. I've only got one more after this. Renee says she has a large row of white textured wallpaper from thrifting. It's so versatile for crafting. Yeah, every now and then, I would ask around at the paint stores. Every now and then, they'll discontinue those wallpaper sample books because, well, maybe the design gets discontinued. So you just have to keep your eye, and sometimes you'll see them at flea markets. You know, somebody's selling them. You just got to keep your eyes open for stuff like that if you're interested in it. What did I do with my, and I got this one all, but see, I can pretty much get that crease. There's a crease right here, and if I just work at it horizontally, it goes away. It's not really a crease, it's a bubble, just like your napkin, only this is fabric. Now, not all creases go away. This one is kind of giving me an issue, but I don't really mind a crease. There's some creases here. I got that one out. I'm really just burnishing it down is what I'm doing. Yeah, I learned how to make fabric washi tape from Rosemary Morris. This was a Rosemary Morris technique, and I don't know if she invented it. I never saw anybody else do fabric washi until after Rosemary. And after I saw Rosemary make it, I see more people doing fabric washi using duct tape, using two-sided carpet. This is Duck brand two-sided carpet tape. If you buy any of this, it costs about $10 a roll. But look, I've done just what I had left on this row. I've done 4 strips here. Think if you bought a roll of washi like this. Here, this row is Tim Holtz. This is fabric washi tape. Of course, it's his design. You got to keep that in mind. It's Tim's design. It's, does it tell how many yards here? 3 yards each. So there's 6 yards between these 2 rows. This will probably cost you about $7 or so, $6 or $7, maybe $8, depending on where you buy it. I bought a great big row of this for $10, and just out of what I've been using for these, this is probably, well, I'm doing the hand to nose thing for a yard. Maybe 1 and a little over a fourth, a third, 1 and a third yard, we'll say. So 3 of these would be 4 yards. And it's, if you cut it in half, this is double the size of this. This is only like an inch wide. You would have 8 yards, which would be more than what I paid $7 for. And I had a small, I'd used most of the tape on here and I'm still not done. So, and you get to choose, you get to choose what you want to put on it, what kind of fabric you want. You could put Tim Holtz fabric on this. But I'm just using, here I'm just using an old sheet. And I find that you have to kind of watch. This is duct tape. And it's got well, this is the vinyl tape. This does not, you know how a duct tape itself will have those little creases in there? This is vinyl, double-sided vinyl to use on vinyls. I find that vinyl has the duck brand that looks like duct tape that has, you know, the little ridges and everything on it. Well, you know what duct tape looks like on the sticky side. I find that the duct tape itself, not the vinyl tape, but the duct tape sticks better to the fabric, has more grip to it than the vinyl. This is the vinyl. But the vinyl is made for vinyl, to hold the vinyl down. Don't ask me the difference. There's a difference. They make vinyl and duck brand. And I usually like the duck brand, but I mistakenly bought the vinyl stuff. And it seems to be working for this. I'm using it. But for the journals, I prefer, when I use this on my journal, to bind my journals, I prefer the grip of the duck brand, the carpet tape, versus the vinyl tape. And for those of you who know the difference, you'll know why. And I think this, not only do you get to pick and choose what you want, it's just so much cheaper. It's a hack. Rosemary. It's a rosemary hack. I call it rosemary because that's who I learned it from. Brenda says, I also built a little fort shelter out of foam, but that has to happen a week or so earlier than the event. What is she talking about? Renee says, I have a large row of white textured wallpaper from the thrifty. Brenda says, Renee, I have a lot of success with white noise, fans, ACs, running water to block these sounds, etc. It helps. Are we talking about the fireworks? My dog Hank is not a fond of fireworks, Renee says. My other 2 doggies don't have a care in the world. I don't hear any dogs howling, but we got the door closed because we got the central air on now. But boy, I'll tell you, some of the fireworks are going off all around me here. There are a lot of kids who enjoy the fireworks. And you know what? I don't want to take that joy away from them. If it happened every night of the year, or even several times a year, I'd have a problem. But you know, they only shoot fireworks off, well, maybe the new year they might shoot off some fireworks, but not very much here. But, you know, a holiday once a year does not bother me. And I like to see the kids enjoy it. But I will say that my nephew and his wife said fireworks are really expensive this year. I think they went to 3, they bought fireworks. They're going to shoot them off tonight. I didn't go. I'll watch them on YouTube. But they said they went to 4 different places and they were all really expensive. This is the last one I'm doing. And, you know, if you stretch your fabric, it's going to crease a lot more. So I'm trying not to stretch it. But I tend to want to stretch. And I think if I go slower, I'll have less creases too. Let's get these out. Hold on a minute. And you know, for my box, I don't care if it has a few little creases for my... I do care that it's going off track though. See, and I don't think if this were true duct tape, this is the vinyl tape, I wouldn't be able to pull this fabric up as easy as I am. But it does stick. It'll stick enough to make my washi tape. Yeah, I don't know. What was I watching? Rosemary was making ATCs or something a couple years ago. And she's the first person I saw use double-sided tape to make washi tape. This fabric must have a flaw in it there. Looks like it's been torn or something. Or maybe that was just a crease. It's out. I'm about done here. We'll move on to, it's 9:34. I really enjoyed, thank you guys for helping me with that story. We'll build on that another night. We got characters, we got kids. We're going to build on the art retreat. We're going to find who owned that motel. Find out, and we're going to hire an event planner. And you know who's going to pay for all this? Frederick. We know Frederick. Frederick was our, for those of you who don't know all the Farmville stories, Frederick was really our first Farmville story. And he's a lead pencil criminal. He tried to, he thought that our little meeting place was a store. And he wanted some lead pencils. That was our first Farmville story. Our FIBsville story, not Farmville, FIBsville. And he got into trouble. He got into trouble because he gave Janet Baum a black eye in our first story. He didn't think she was wanted to sell him any of the lead pencils. He needed a special lead pencil, and he was looking for them from FIBsville. It had to be a lead pencil with a FIBsville. And Janet was trying to explain to him that we're not a retail store. And she was getting kits ready for, we were going to have a gathering that afternoon. And he saw all these pencils and he thought that Janet was not going to sell him a pencil. And he hauled off and hit her. And he got into trouble and he ran away, but Officer Orville eventually caught him. And we found out his history of him. He's a very rich man. He had a guilty conscience. He sent Janet a bouquet of flowers. He gave us gift cards to Michael's. And we found out that this guy had money. So we're going to hit him up for money to have a retreat at this hotel. But we have to find out who owns the hotel. It's probably a motel because it's located on the interstate on the way to FIBdiddity near Mechanicsville. There. Oops. It fell on the floor. Oh, let me reach for it. You know, you can't have a big event like that for even a week-long retreat without, especially in a hotel or motel that's closed, because you'll have to have housekeepers and clerks and to check you in, and you have to hire designers to come, You gotta get the electricity turned on. It's gonna take some money. But Frederick will pay for it. He's a reformed criminal. But he's a rich old guy. We don't know where he got his money, but he sure has it. And he's willing to give it to us. I know Frederick. He's an imaginary character. But he's a good one. Brenda says, good night, all. Catch you next time. Don't forget to... Oh, thank you, Brenda. Thank you for coming. It's getting pretty close to 10 o'clock. I'm going to stay until 10. I've done all my washi tape. I'm not going to cut it or trim it or anything. I'll do that tomorrow offline. But we got enough. I think I have enough for 5 10-inch strips and 3 12-inch strips. That's all I need to finish out this box. That's all I wanted to do there. Now I have a few minutes. Let's see what's going on in chat. Fireworks are illegal in my state, Renee says. Maybe he won the lottery. He might have, Amber. I don't know. We haven't found out how he got so rich. We know he didn't rob a bank because Officer Orville would have checked him out. He didn't rob a bank, but he had a temper. Amber says, I saw her make it on one of Hottie Popo's videos. She's the first I'd ever seen make it too. Yeah, I think this washi tape originated with, I don't know if Rosemary is the person I saw make this, and I credit it to her. Whether she learned it from somebody or not, I don't know. I don't know where she got the idea. But in my mind, it came from Rosemary. I think you're right, Amber. Rhonda says, I've been stuck in the basement of my art room with my dog. They light them off for a month. Oh, they light fireworks off for a month? Oh, I don't think we heard a few, yesterday and today, but I don't think we might hear a few like tomorrow or toward the end of the week. But first of all, I don't think the kids around here can afford them for a month. Fireworks have gotten pretty expensive the way I understand it. Angie says, we didn't buy any this year. Can sit outside and watch them all over. Yeah, I appreciate a city who, sets them off for a community event. I would hate to see them taken away because I think it's good to celebrate the freedom that way. And I think there's a history to, and I think it was Benjamin Franklin. I think with the Revolutionary War, I think you can trace fireworks to something that Benjamin Franklin said when the war ended to set off the fireworks. But now I could be wrong there. Anne's not here. Anne's our history teacher. But surely fireworks did not originate with Franklin. The Chinese probably set fireworks off in ancient China. Fireworks have, and I can understand why they would become illegal. I can understand that. But I think it has to be a local decision. If your area doesn't want fireworks, then make them illegal. They're not illegal here, as you can hear. And I can live with them. But I would say if they go off, if it was an all year thing, any time of the year, I probably would have more of a problem with it. But we don't hear them except for on the 4th and maybe on the New Year. You'll hear a few. Let's see, what else is going on out there besides fireworks? Brenda said, I built a shelter out of foam. It has to happen a week or so earlier. Talking about for the dogs, I think. Ba-de-da-de-da-da-da-da-da. They're telling Angie to gargle with salt water and I think Listerine. We're talking about tooth decay. What did Rhonda say? Rhonda said, Meri, you're not preaching, you're telling a story. I have to laugh because I woke up early this morning and I couldn't get back to sleep. And I was really fighting not going to sleep during the service this morning. But it was interesting. His message was interesting. And anything, if I missed anything, their sermons are online, so I can go back and listen. He talked about the history from Genesis through the first couple chapters of Matthew, through the birth of Jesus. And he looked at it from a secular point of view, telling like all the Roman kings before, in the end of the Old Testament. He was talking who was in rule in Rome, and then also the church point of view, the church history of that time period. I think they call it intertestament, the time period between the end of the Old Testament and there's about 400 years, approximately, give or take 100 years, and the beginning of the New Testament. That time period in there, kind of interesting. I love history. I love listening to it. I can't remember a lot of it, but it was interesting. But I was fighting sleep. All right. Let's see what else is going on. When I lived in the city, Amber says, we weren't allowed to do them because of the danger of catching houses on fire. Yeah, see, in a more of an urban area, I can understand that. And we have dangers of houses catching on fire in this small town. Let's just hope it doesn't happen. And also, if you go out in the country, you have to be careful that you don't start the fields. It's been a dry year. You have to be careful. They have to be careful. But most of these, most of what they're setting off now are firecrackers. They light them and pop them. Maybe some Roman candles. One, though, it sounded, I was out watering the flowers and he must have put it in a barrel or something. It was loud. Who is it that you watch, Meri? Are you talking about church? Are you talking about what church I watch the sermon on? I'm not sure who you're asking about. Who is it that you watch? Yes. Okay. Yeah. I've been down here for 6 years now. I came down from Madison, Wisconsin to this small town, Harvard, Nebraska. And I never really had any skin and bones friends. You guys are my friends. You're all virtual friends. You're my social. But I made a friend this past spring, and she invited me to her church. And the church is on the interstate. It's called Countryside Bible Church. It's on the interstate between Hastings or Grand Island and Lincoln, maybe about not quite halfway, a little less than halfway. And it's a Christian church. I don't want to say it's interdenominational. I don't think they have they're not like Baptist or Lutheran. I think they're interdenominational or non-denominational. I don't know too much about it because I've only gone with her about 3 times, but I like the people. The people made me feel really welcome. My first time there, several people come up and welcomed me, and of course my friend knew a lot of people and it has been introducing me to people, but it's nice to get to know people. I'm not a member. I just started going with her. And they believe a lot of what I believe and what I grew up to believe. So I get along really good there. I have enjoyed the people that, and the man who teaches the adult Sunday school, he's really knowledgeable. I enjoy his teaching. He's been teaching in Malachi, and Malachi is well, considered a minor prophet, last book of the Old Testament, and just very informative. But he sits behind us in church, and he has a wonderful voice. I loved hearing him sing. I was telling him earlier that sometimes I'll just shut up because I can't carry a tune, and I'll just listen to him sing. And I told him today, I told him after service, I said, you have a wonderful singing voice. And I thanked him for his teaching because I got a lot out of it. And he's married. He's a young guy. And he must have went to a seminary someplace because he's very knowledgeable. He's a teacher. Riri says, I love the non-denominational churches. Yeah, I do too. Although I was confirmed when I was in high school. I must have been about 9th grade when I was confirmed. And I was confirmed in a Lutheran church. So it was a little bit more organized religion. Although I wouldn't say that this is not organized, they're just not a part of a denomination that I know of. But I like their teaching. Their teaching was very much a part of where I went to different churches when I lived in different towns when I was older. When I went to the university, and after I got out working, church in Denver and different churches that I attended, my beliefs are very much in line with what this church is teaching. Amber says, I watch Joseph Prince on YouTube. I don't have a church where I live now. Yeah, see, Amber, that's kind of how it was with me. I lived down here for 6 years and was never really comfortable, not so much because of the churches, but because I always felt like if I walked in there, I'd have to tell them all about how I got down here and my unemployment and where did I go to school at, and and I don't get that so much here. And so I hesitated in finding a home church. So I understand where you're coming from, Amber. Just keep, I think, a lot of people say watching TV ministers is not a good thing, but I'm not sure that I believe that, because in that time frame, in those 6 years I was down here, I watched, and especially during COVID, I watched a lot of television ministries. And I think as long as you are honoring God in your heart, and if you're still searching, I think, well, one thing, if God wants you in a church, he'll get you there. So, yeah, it makes it hard. And especially in a small town, I don't know, it's a little bit harder to get, I hate to say it, it's almost harder to get connected in a small town than it is in a big city. Because in a big city, I could probably walk into any church and sit in the back pew and nobody would notice me. And, well, some people would, but, they don't tend to want to know everything about you until you get really involved. They welcome you and, that's about it. In a smaller town, people want to know, why are you down here and where did you grow up? And, I have to explain to them why I'm living with my brother. And, I've told you guys all of that, but I just, it's hard. It's almost harder to get involved in a smaller church. Now, this church where I'm going now with my friend, I don't feel hit with that so much, but also the church is is about a half an hour away, and it's on the interstate. And it's a good church. It's between Grand Island and Lincoln. Amber says, yay, me too. Pastor Prince still filmed to an empty room to record for all of us. I thought that was nice. Yeah, during the COVID. Yeah, I think that the internet in itself is a blessing. I think the Lord can use that just as much as he can use an evangelist, you know, like Billy Graham going out and preaching to, of course, Billy Graham has passed away, but, you know, I think God can use the internet and the TV. I think it was a blessing to have some of those internet ministries during the pandemic. I know I certainly listened to a lot of them. And you know, you can listen at any time of day. If you're seeking comfort of a message, it's out there. And even a lot of the local churches now put their sermons online. And, you know, it's almost like you're attending. Although I will say that attending a church in person is a different experience because you're worshiping with other skin and bones people. It's a different experience. I think it's good to meet together. And I certainly enjoyed going back to church. But I think you have to find the right one. And that's a process. It's a process. But don't feel bad if you haven't found the right church yet. And if you're watching on the internet, because God can speak to you wherever you are. He speaks to your heart. He doesn't care whether you're sitting in a church pew or on your recliner. He wants to talk to you. And here's the thing. I also follow the devotions. Those of you who are of the Christian faith know what YouVersion is out there. It's a software Bible out there. And I read a lot of the devotionals on YouVersion. And the one today, the devotion today, said that Jesus loved meeting people. He was a party person. You know, he went to weddings. He got together with the sinners and the tax collectors. He loved people. And I got a chuckle out of that. I told Jesus he needed to crash my brother's and my nephew's fireworks party tonight. YouVersion, YouVersion. It's a software Bible. It's an app. If you go to like Google or whatever it is on your iPhone and look for YouVersion, it's a software Bible, and you read the Bible. You can get it in different versions. That's why they call it YouVersion. You can get it in different languages. You can get all the different, whatever. Like I like the New King James Version, but you can get the, the American Standard and an English. There's a whole bunch of different versions there of the Bible, and you can do comparing. You know, you can compare verses in one version to another. You can take notes. You can add personal prayers into your own personal area. You can make them private. I do that a lot. You can highlight verses that speak to you. And they've really improved it. I think they have a YouVersion for kids, a kid's Bible. And what else? They have what they call plans. That are the studies, the devotionals. A lot of different ministries will, like when I was up in Madison, I attended two different churches because one was on one side of the town and I moved to the other side of the town. So I went to a church over here when I lived there and a church over here when I lived here. But the church, when I first moved to Madison, they had read the Bible in a year type study, and they put that on YouVersion. And they have all kinds of studies out there, Christian studies. I don't know how I got off on this topic, but I hope I'm not boring you guys. Amber says, I wish I had one to go to at least once in a while, but I really do like Joseph Prince as he preaches on what I think is interesting. Well, his ministry is speaking to your heart. The Lord is using his ministry in your life, Amber. And you know, if you had one to go to once in a while, drop in on some churches in your area and see if there's one in there. That doesn't mean you have to become a member, and it doesn't mean you have to go every week. You know, uh, I would encourage you to kind of look at what's available in your area. But on the other hand, I do understand where you are, because that's kind of like how it is for me down here. If this friend, she invited me to go with her. She's the one who was pushing the lawnmower down the street. She's the one we kind of based our story off of tonight. We clicked because we both believe a lot of the same things. And she's kind of an outgoing person. She's easy to talk to. And she said, "Do you want to go to church with me on Sunday?" And I said, "Where?" And it sounded like a good deal. So I said yes. And the rest is history, so to speak. You're signing up? Okay, Riri. Yeah, the sign up is free. I mean, and I do private. I do all my plans. You can have friends out there. You'll see when you get into the different studies, they ask if you want to share with a friend or something. I do mine private because my devotions, I feel, you know, I feel like my devotional time is a private time for me. But, you know, you can have a group study out there if you want it, I suppose. I've never done that on this, but I think they've really improved it. It's been out there for several years, that app. And now they have, they also have what they call daily stories. Like they'll give a verse every day, and you can sign up to get that verse in your email if you want. I don't, because I like to go into the app itself. But they'll have a daily devotion based off of the daily verse, and they'll have different ministries come in and give a devotional. I like those, which are different than the plans. The plans are more Bible studies. Amber says, need me, so I'm staying. I live with my parents also. I had to move back 6 years. It's been really hard. But I only lived on my own a few years, and recently I was thinking of trying to move out, but I realized my parents need me. You know, Amber, I so identify with you, because when I was younger and I was out working, there was a period in my life in the 1980s. My parents had moved to a really, really small town along the Little Blue River here in Nebraska. I was living out in Colorado. I switched jobs, but I had a gap in between. I actually quit my job in Colorado, and I moved back with my parents. And my parents were getting older. And in fact, my dad passed away in 1989. So I was with my parents when my dad passed away. And my mom would have been all alone then. And when I finally got a new job, I had my mom come and live with me. And boy, that was hard on her. But there was no, you know, they lived in a little town, a little, almost a ghost town along the Little Blue River. And there was no work there's no work here for, even now, for anybody I was a programmer. I was a mainframe programmer. Now it's all fourth generation language, or maybe even more. I don't have training in those languages. So it's almost impossible to get an IT job. A lot of the young kids out of college, people have gotten jobs and gotten training on the jobs. So, but I'm retired now, and it's okay. I get to come online and tell my stories. Get to meet all of you guys. So, Amber, I really do identify with what you're saying. And I will say to you, living with your parents is not a bad thing. I don't know how long you were out or what age you're at, what age group you're in. But when I went back and lived with my parents, I got to know my parents as adults. A lot of kids will, it's in our culture. You go through high school, you move out. Hi, Mary. Oh, Mary, too. Look at you. Thank you so much. That is such a blessing. Oh, thank you, Mary. And it's good to see you. You must have been lurking. Thank you so much, Mary. I want to finish my thought here. I had a lot of kids in our culture will graduate from high school, either go out and start working or and move away. It's almost expected of kids to go out and move out of the house. And it was kind of expected to me. I went to the university right after my senior year of high school. And I almost wish I hadn't, but the blessing came later in between jobs when I went back and lived with my parents. I got to know my parents as adults rather as mommy and daddy. You know, when you're in high, even when you're in high school, your parents still are your parents. You live under their house, you live under their rule. Well, you still kind of live under their rule when you're an adult, but you get to know them as an adult. My brothers and even my older sister never got to know my mom and dad as an adult, as my parents being adults. You know, they always knew mom and dad as being mommy and daddy, you know. Mary, too, that is such a blessing. Thank you so much for the super chat. You just finished putting your mother to bed, but I love listening to your chatting. Oh, Mary, too, how old is your mother? It sounds like your mother is a senior. Bless your heart for being there with your mother, and for you too, Amber. I was talking to Amber. She's says that she's living with her parents, and I think that's a good thing. I think our society has gotten off track with expecting everybody to leave home once they graduate from high school. It's okay to leave home if that's what you want to do. I'm not saying it's wrong, but what I think is wrong is that it's okay to be at home with your parents if that's where you're going. Mary 2 says, I'll probably fall asleep. You know, Mary 2, I was going to end at 10 o'clock anyway. Mary, look above, Angie says, look above at what I wrote. Okay, Angie. Angie says, let's see. Angie says, Amber, I have a brother that lives here and does help with my brother. Oh, Amber says her brother lives here also. See, that's good. I'm glad. Is that what you meant, Amber, Angie, about your brother? Oh, she says, I don't get along with my brother, so I stay away from him. Well, but he's still your brother. You have to let him have his space, Angie. And yeah, you know, and sometimes not social distancing, but distancing yourself from a brother that you don't get along with, it can be a good thing because you're trying to avoid conflict. I'm the one who gets into trouble, Angie, because sometimes I don't avoid all that conflict. And sometimes by staying away, you're saying, I don't want to fight with you over this. Let's just, let's just live and let live, I think is what I'm hearing. Laura says, thank you, Mary, too. And I say that too, Mary, too. That was really a sweet, sweet thing to do. You probably, Aunt Mary, I have to say that is such a blessing. You probably got me over the line to where I didn't get a YouTube payment. You probably bumped me over the line. Between you and Riri, if YouTube doesn't come and take it off, I won't get paid this month. The payments, this is the start of July. They pay it at the end of the month. They check to see if I didn't get a June payment, but that's okay. You just bumped me over the line, and bless your heart for that. Mary 2 says, I shut my farm down for the year. Mom needs me now, so that seems to be what I need to do. No, on up, Angie said. Okay, let me look up further, Angie. You're talking about the brother. Angie says, I'm 56 and I've lived with my mom for 56 years. Since my dad passed away 6 years ago, I helped my mom pay her bills. She couldn't make it without me. Is it wrong for me to live with her all my life? Of course not. Of course not. You helped your mom. I think there's a place in heaven for you, Angie. Angie, if there's not a place in heaven for you, I'm going to talk to Jesus. Of course it's not wrong. Is that what you meant? On up, is that it? What about living with your mom? Laura says, my brother is 62 and lives with our mom and doesn't pay rent. He is a hoarder and still has asked our mom for money, and he works full time. Well, wait a minute. I'm not saying that's right, Laura. Yeah, there are. I don't want to judge your brother. I'll let you do that, but that doesn't seem right in my book, Laura. I'm not going to say any more than that. But hear this again. If something happened to your mother, would he be there for her? You know, would he be there if she needed to go to the hospital? Would he be there to drive her to the hospital? Even though it appears that, you know, he hasn't been the best. Angie, you are a good daughter, Laura says. Oh, that was it. Yeah, of course not, Angie. It's, you know, you're there for your mother probably in some of the hardest times in her life. And you're probably just, you're sounds like you're helping her and helping her over rough spots. I would say that's not wrong. If I had to judge it, I'm not the judge of anything, but Laura says it's not been good for my brother to take advantage of our mom. No, it isn't. That is not a good situation. Yeah. And you will hear teachings on that. I think Joyce Meyer, if you guys have ever listened to her, she talked about her brother. Now, this has been several years ago. I was still living in Madison. I don't think her brother lived with her mother in that way and took advantage of her mother. I think he lived with Joyce. Joyce Meyer is a TV preacher. I liked her study. She writes books. She has women's ministry. You know, I enjoy listening to Joyce Meyer. And I don't so much now anymore because I'm involved in other things. But she talked about her brother, Laura, how he got involved with drugs and he, you know, I think he took it. They tried to help him, Joyce and her husband, and get him on the right track. And he came to live with her for, I mean, this is all public knowledge. She talked about it herself. I heard it from her own mouth. And he eventually took advantage of them. And then he moved away. He went back out on the streets. It was just a bad situation. So it happens my point is it happens in the best of families. You know, it can happen to a good Christian family. There's just one lost sheep. Or there may be 2 lost sheep or 3 lost sheep. But that doesn't mean that their life is going to end that way. It could, you know, but you know, they may eventually turn around. There have been instances where people realize, you know, that they're on the wrong path and they turn around and they lead a better life. And I'm not saying this right, but I'm trying not to preach. So it can work both ways, and You know, there can be, I guess what politically they call them bad actors. There can be bad actors in every family. And to be honest with you, I cheated in 6th grade on my on my quiz. I was a bad actor in 6th grade. And I have to be honest. I'm not going to tell you all my sins. I'll save that for Jesus. But I'm not a perfect person either. So, I'm not going to go out and rob a bank or kill anybody or anything like that. But none of us are perfect, and least of all me. So, um, and I think that helps me understand members of my family who don't live life the way I think they should. Uh, we're all are different people, and we're all on different, and even us, you and I are on different journeys in our life. Some of you out there may think what I'm saying is, I should probably not be talking about it in an art stream. And others of you may be enjoying this, but the thing of my point is that we're all on different paths in our life. Some may be on a different journey. A lot of you have different beliefs, and that's okay with me, because I don't expect you being a general word, I don't expect anybody to be on the same path and believe everything I believe. Because we're all on, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a universal truth out there. And I think it's how we get to the truth and when we arrive at the truth. And like I have told my Christian friend that I'm going to church with now, is we can't do the work that the Holy Spirit does. God has God, I'm going to preach, God works in everybody's life in his own good time. And that goes for non-believers, believers, members of other religions, and atheists and agnostics. And, we're all created by the Creator. And I think sometimes as Christians, and I'm talking about my faith, we sometimes expect everybody to believe like we believe. And if they don't, now I'm not saying any Christians in our group, I don't want to pinpoint anybody, but I'm just talking about the Christian faith in general. Just because somebody doesn't believe in the same thing we believe doesn't mean, even though it may be the truth, of what we believe may be true, but they're not there. They're not ready to believe that yet. They're on a different journey. And that goes for atheists or non-Christians or Jews or whatever. And it's only my responsibility to be a testimony of what I believe without forcing you to believe what I believe, if that makes any sense. I can't do the work of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's job is to work in everybody's life. And I can't get inside of somebody's spirit and tell them what to believe and what not to believe. Our responsibility is to be a testimony of what we believe, not to make somebody believe what we believe. That's what I believe. Now I preached a sermon. Laura says, I'm perfect, perfectly imperfect. Yeah. Well, let me tell you, Laura, you're pretty perfect, imperfect. I get that. Yeah. And we all are, Laura. We all are. But you know what? I'm just so thankful to have each of you as friends here. Over the last 6 years that I've streamed, I still say this friend, I've lived down here for 6 years, and this is the first really human friend, like somebody I can go out to coffee with. Next week we are going to, I think we're going to a free movie. Her cousin has come to stay with her. Her cousin is about our age, and her cousin's husband passed away, and she grew up in this area, and she's kind of just coming home and getting relocated home. And she's staying with my friend until she gets all settled. But we, you know, we kind of do things together. And since I've met her, and I've been so blessed for that. But in those 6 years, my social has been you guys on the internet. You know, and I'm so thankful to have, you know, it amazes me that I can talk to people on the other side of the world. I can talk to people in the next state, you know, and you guys, you come in and we talk about an area of art, you know, that we're all interested in. You guys give me ideas. You teach me when I'm going off track. You yell at me when I set my desk on fire. And I look at the last 6 years and the things that have happened on the stream here, you know, and, you know, I'm just so thankful for it. Angie says, all I know is that I'm a crafter and I couldn't do my crafts without God to help me know what to do. I'm also glad I have you all. Yeah. Yeah, that's a truth, Angie. And you stick with that. Amber says, I love our community of fibs. Everyone has been so nice and welcoming to me. Ooh, lights blinked. I wonder if they set a telephone line on. I don't know why the lights blinked. I hope everything's okay. If I go off, I'll say goodbye. I'm not sure what went on there. The lights blinked here. Amber says, I love our community of fibs and everyone has been so nice and welcoming to me since I started watching. I really appreciate all you being here. Yeah, Amber, you're in Rosemary's stream too, aren't you? I think I've seen you over in Rosemary. Angie says, Meri, I'm glad you welcomed me to your channel. Well, ditto, Angie. Angie is our cheerleader over in Keisha's Creations. So, and you know, I think a lot, and Becky and I have talked about this. I think it's going to rain out there. I think I hear rain. I think that's why the lights blink. I think it's raining out there. Becky and I were talking about, we get to know people, and then, you know, for whatever reason, those people journey on to either watch other channels or for some reason they kind of disappear. And I think Rosemary and Popo have talked about that too. We go, what happened to them? You know? And, you know, Becky and I will sometimes we'll talk about what happened to so-and-so. We miss them. And sometimes when we verbalize that we miss somebody, they show up in the next couple streams. So think about who you think, you know, I sometimes look at my, and one example is, her name is Kim Reed. And she's probably got her channel on, it's still on YouTube. I used to watch her all the time, and then she stopped doing art for a long while. And I miss her so much. And the other day I was watching videos, and there she was. She didn't come to my stream. I happened across to one of her videos, and she said she was starting to make videos again, and I haven't seen one since, but she's an example. She did fabulous art. I enjoyed her. You Miss D? Hi, Miss D. Oh, hi, Miss D. Who's Miss D? Mind Flowing with Miss D. Hi, Miss D. Ms. D. Welcome to our stream. We're getting ready to leave. I've chatted for a half an hour about religion. I was coughing. I have a... You tried talking for a half an hour, and I need the rest of my tea. This tea is a good example. I think this tea came from, I'm going to say Karen. It either came from Carla or Karen, and I can't remember which. I saw Karen K out there in a comment not too long ago, but I lost track of Carla. Anyway, one of those two, Karen or Carla, somebody sent me this white blossom tea, cherry blossom, white and green tea, cherry blossom tea, and it's really good. And it's not in a paper bag. It's in a, here, let me get this tea bag out here. It's in kind of a white net. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's a white net cloth tea bag. It's kind of an interesting tea. Angie says, that's how close you all are to my heart. Yeah, Amber. I try to catch up too. I've been so busy this spring with getting the yard. I think we're having rain out there. With getting the yard out and going, you know, getting the garden going. I've been so busy that I've lost track of a lot of the streams here. I'm probably have to mow lawn in a couple days because we've had a lot of rain here recently. The grass is going to be tall, but Amber says it's really hard to lose someone, but when you get attached to someone and you see them for years, and it definitely hurts. Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, sometimes, and this is not a preaching, but you'll read this in self-help books, and you'll hear counselors talk about it too. They talk about how some friends are only in your life for a season. You know, it's just a season. Some friends are there for that time of your life, and then they move on to other things. And it's kind of like some of your old college friends, or your season of going to high school and college, and you never see some of those people again in your life, you know, but they're there for that season. Well, talking about seasons, that's thunder. That's not fireworks, that's thunder. We're getting rain. So I'm going to go ahead and close out. I did a drawing. I started doing some stitching on my bag, some Sashiko stitching. I did a drawing of Abigail Adams that doesn't look like her at all. And I did washi tape tonight. I think I'll just leave my thumbnail, whatever it was when I came on. I'll put it into with my icon, and we'll call that my thumbnail. So thank you all. Tomorrow's Monday. Don't forget that Janet Nash comes on at 9 o'clock Eastern, and Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 8 o'clock Eastern. 8:30 Eastern. And Janet Young will be on, I believe, at 1 Eastern. And I don't know about Lisa Conway, but keep her in your hearts and prayers. She lost her husband last year, and she just needs a little time off yet. I don't know if she's ready to come back. Keep Tanya McGuire in your hearts and prayers because her mother's ill. And I'll keep all of you in my hearts and prayers because I've sure enjoyed chatting with you tonight. So have a good week. Don't forget, have a happy 4th of July. Enjoy your freedom. We don't know how long we're going to have it, but we're sure thankful for our freedoms. Thank all of the people who fought and died for our freedom across the years. And last of all, I'm preaching it. Last of all, go out and enjoy the beauty of this world. There is so much beauty out there. You know, the sky, the grass, the blue sky, the rain, the flowers. There's the animals. Hank the dog, Renee. See, Renee's probably fallen asleep. But there's so much beauty in this world, and there's so much to enjoy and focus on. So go enjoy the beauty of the world. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out with me. Have a great week. Bye. And Mary, too, thank you for the super chat if you're listening. Oh, she is. She says good night. Thank you so much, Mary. Bye, everybody.